especially the Kenyans, the issues with the jam in Nairobi is not news. There is nothing that can happen. You is come and say there was a lot of jam. For sure, that was not planned. So I'm very grateful. And before I go to the topic that I've been given, allow me also to recognize my sponsors. First, I'm Mheshimiwa Honorable, because I served successfully at the county assemblies. I did many great things, did bills that passed that are actually governing. The first one in my county, I'm the one who championed the bill on identification of the staff of the county assembly, irrespective of the grade at all times. Because at that time, there used to be many people, the ones who know that around the county, even when people are traveling, poor women who are selling their bananas, then somebody would appear, grab the products, run away. They cannot even tell who, because anybody could do anything because they are supposed to be county workers. Majority of them are not happy with me, but right now, within the Migori County, that is county number 044, if you are a staff from the governor to the cleaner, you must always wear a badge so that people can identify you. I'm very proud of that. Now, first, after that, in this case, I'm representing Kimisitu Sacco. Kimisitu is a Sacco society that is regulated by SASRA. For the ones who are not familiar with the program, with how the cooperatives work, when you are a cooperative, it is important that you are regulated because there is some kind of level of control that is done. And the names can be as many, and many speakers spoke from the word go. There are over thousands, 3,000 of SACCOs that are registered in Kenya. But Kimisitu is now among the top tiers. Our SACCO, Kimisitu, is a name that was coined from a Kiswahili words meaning kilimo na misitu. Kilimo na misitu represents what majority of you would be aware of called ECRAF, which is agroforestry. So it was started over 40 years ago by a few staff members of ECRAF, and later they opened up and admitted the international organizations, the embassies staff members, and only many other like-minded people. Currently, we stand at over 14,000 active members. The SACCOs have membership that is spread, as I have mentioned, widely, including the latest by end of November this year, we have 715 members of the diaspora spread over 70 countries as members of the Great Kimisitu Sacco. We also pride of holding currently an asset base of over 12 billion. I want to correct that. On Tuesday, I had mentioned 7. We have, I asked for the latest records, as at end of November, our asset base is at 12.6 billion. King, Mr. MC, in the Kenyan environment, and most of us are Kenyans now in abroad, when the figures are beyond a million, they don't even say billion in full. We just say 12B. So Kimisitu asset base is over 12.6B. Why have we reached that far? I will try to summarize it. One of our greatest pillars is good governance. You all know, I know many people sometimes have been disappointed. For a SACCO, the only thing that will bring down a cooperative is when you have challenges with the governance structure. We invest heavily on ensuring that the governance structure is valid and it is working. And again, this is from the local belief. There is a phrase and a say from where Dr. Shem comes from, that fish starts getting rotten from the top. Does that sound familiar? Yes. Meaning, you could get fish that is relatively not very fresh when you are eating, especially from the tail. But when you reach the head, you'll find it really off. So fish will always get rotten from the top. So in any organization, even for the diaspora where we have today, if you have a challenge with the head, it will not survive. So Kimisitu has reached where we are because of the proper government structures that is put in place, governance, so that we don't have, it will be difficult for the fish to have the tail and the main body rotten if the head is fresh. So Kimisitu head is fresh. How have we managed to keep it fresh? Also important to mention that at Kimisitu, the board, we have a fixed term of 2 terms. No matter how good you are, you can only serve for a maximum of 6 years. You go home. For good leaders, maybe apart from this one, if you join a place, no matter how good ideas you have, if you have not used them within the next 6 years, those are now yours. You can take them home. So at Kimisitu, when you join the board, even become the chair, you serve 3 years. If you are good, it is renewed another 3 years. Then we say bye. And that has helped us a lot. As for the people who are in the diaspora, I would encourage you, and I already said it, I know in these forums, people will talk of many things, that it is good that we learn. It is never too late. The culture of saving. When through circles is where you can save, and then you also borrow. Even as you help your kinsmen, it is also important to teach them how to save from when they have. Saving is not keeping the leftovers after you have had enough. You just have to put it as a budget line, or you take something small, put it for the saving, then the rest you will always spend at it is. And at Kimisitu, we do that very well. We give loans. I'm sure, I'm sad the colleague from the doctors is not here. Currently, at Kimisitu, we give loans to individual members up to 50 million if you qualify. Yes. Somebody might ask you, why are we talking like we don't have any problems? Those are some of the strengths we have. If you inquire if we have any challenges, I'll tell you we have a very few. In fact, only one that I know. And the challenge we have is that we are too liquid. There is enough money at Kimisitu. We give the loans 3 times, meaning if you have saved up to your 20, we will give you up to 50 million. And of course, we always do the vetting to appraisal to ensure that you are able to pay it. And when you pay it back, other members are able to use it. But if you have saved well, and you unfortunately do not have a challenge, you don't need the loan then, we also ensure that those net savers actually do get good returns at the end of the year. Last year, we paid the interest rates on deposit at 11%. Thank you very much. So that is my sponsor at this place, and I will be calling you that anyone, because I've been through this and we have seen sometimes people stay abroad. When you come back home, whatever you have worked for there, it is subjected to many tasks. As you continue being there, which is good, please start also saving at home through Kimisitu, and when you come back, there is enough money for you to use around. Now, this morning we are talking about affordable housing. I'm glad affordable housing is not free housing. It has to be affordable. And what is affordable for you may not be affordable so and so. So Kimisitu, we also support this 100%. How? We will give you money according to your size. Then you can go and use those bodies that will assist you. But fortunately, we also have great and many partnerships with the ones who are involved in developing the affordable housing, so much that when you have identified the one you have, Kimisitu will prepare the payment, then pay it directly. You are paid directly to the providers, so that your aim is only to come and acquire and take charge and take possession of your house without, we would call it hassle-free, because at Kimisitu we have the end-to-end products, the processes that will run and cover everything. Finally, because Kimisitu is my business, also nice to know that this Kimisitu that I am beating the drum for, nationally and internationally, including this year, we were awarded the best Number one, it is called the Financial Systems, the FIRE Awards in the cooperative world. Kimisitu is certified, even internationally, ISO 2000, and we have been recertified for the 2015, and we are valid, and all the systems as per the way they are expected. So I would encourage ourselves, take advantage of these opportunities and the gatherings and the networkings that we have done that are great, and moving forward, also look for what is there for you, then you start working with us together. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity on Tuesday.
Let's have a round of applause for Madame. How do you deny a politician the platform to have her say? She's a wonderful politician and a fantastic technocrat. Let's have a big round of applause for her. And I think God had planned it that way, because yesterday you would probably have had 2 minutes, which you would have extended to 5, being such a good speaker, but we're very happy to have you here today. I think now, as we start the forum with the first second part of yours, but we still have to call out these names so we can constitute the panel, because I take a back seat once I've done this duty. I think I saw the gentleman from South Africa, our representative. Maybe we give him a few minutes to come in, the KIDASA representative. Perhaps someone can call him and tell him he's required on the panel. Jackie, can you assist me? We need to, Mr. Figay? Yeah. And also on the panel is Mr. Boyson, Jackson Boyer Boyson. Let the Vice Chairman say some words. Okay. Sorry. Vice Chairman, come. Maybe we just go back to us. Captain. Yeah. And Captain, please take the floor.
Okay, while we wait for the guests or the panelists, I think it's also appropriate I say a few things about ourselves as the Ethiopian Diaspora Association Network. And listening to the conversations this couple of days, one thing I realized, we might speak different languages or we might come from different countries, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Kenya, but we all as diasporas have the same common issues. Identical, almost carbon copy. And as for the Ethiopian diaspora, I can tell you for the past few years of me joining the association, the diaspora's contribution starts with the remittance. That's what everybody looks at, you know. And it was really small, but like the last 1 year, something crazy happened. Maybe the government is reworking the banking system and the remittance system, and it's just shooting through the roof like the ambassador was yesterday telling you. And also the diaspora in Ethiopia is the second employer in the country because of factories, service, hotels, all kinds of segments, and the diaspora is really taking over without getting the glory it really deserves. The knowledge transfer, especially in the IT sector, medicine, and service areas, hotels, and tourism. Charity and philanthropy is the biggest, one of the biggest, because Ethiopians are known for always hosting people. I mean, if you have not a well-to-do, but somebody who is better than somebody, you know, the whole relative depends on them. That culture has really transferred to the diaspora who sends in money and support and comes here with medical missions, rebuilding of many schools, hospitals, and communities after the unfortunate war we had about 3 years ago in Ethiopia. And believe it or not, diasporas are the ones who are come from Seattle or come from Washington, come from California, take on a school and a village or communities. And like the good ambassador was saying yesterday, you heard about the Great Ethiopia Renaissance Dam. Believe it or not, Ethiopians are the ones who contributed more than $5 billion to build, like, was it 6.2 or 5? No, 6.2 megawatts, 6,200 megawatts power, the largest in Africa. And intentionally, Ethiopia is blocked from securing any loans from anywhere. And also there's another group you don't know called Ethiopian Diaspora Trust Fund. That was established about 5-6 years ago. I don't remember, when the Prime Minister went to America and he was challenging the community, Ethiopians, telling them, how much money do you spend for coffee? How about if you just chip in $1 a day? So that became a standard. And last year, it was last year, this group came to Ethiopia and donated or awarded startups to the tune of $750,000 cash. These are hospitals, these are ITs, startup companies, and that kind of stuff. So the diaspora is really contributing a lot in Ethiopia. I'm telling you this because I have something else to tell you. And also, when we talked about the donations to build schools and clinics after the war, about 3 years ago, the biggest and probably the most important value the diaspora did for Ethiopia is the fact that Ethiopia was brought up about 11 or 13 times at Security Council by people who thought Ethiopia is done, so we just want to finish her off. But the diaspora was in the streets 24 hours all over the world. They fought back, and today Ethiopia exists. And we are a country now thriving against all odds because of the diaspora. So you can see from the very important and priceless price the diaspora pays to in protecting and in defending their countries. And as a diaspora group talking to another diaspora group, I think maybe working even closer, even with all the big starts you guys have made and big achievement you have achieved. From all the information, I'm just like baffled, by the success. But still, I think that a closer relationship between working with the government is very essential. Because no matter how much you run, no matter how much you work, no matter how much you invest, unless you have the support, you are only 50% of your capacity. Because you can run as much as you want, and if the road is blocked somewhere by somebody who doesn't care much or somebody who wants to get a little bit in order to close a bigger picture, I think we cannot achieve a lot. And also, I think we should really work as a group, as Ethiopian diaspora, Kenyan diaspora, Uganda diaspora, it doesn't matter, any African diaspora, in cooperating, in bringing our issues even to the African level, to the AU level. Because one thing I really like to say, and I don't want to give this microphone before I say this, the diaspora is probably the most misunderstood segment of society. Everybody wants the diaspora money, but nobody wants to understand the diaspora. You come with a new vision, you come with a new idea, it's a threat. You want to improve something, you stand up for your right, they consider you cocky. You don't want to give bribe, you are done. So I think the diaspora must have a united purpose, a united front, a united goal in order to achieve really something very relevant on the African continent and with the African context, because I don't know about you, and I can imagine everybody, most of us have worked overseas, from cleaning dishes to flying airplanes to conducting, what do you call it, heart surgeries, but still you are black, still you are African, because you have an accent. You maybe the very best Indian doctor, but that you are an Indian doctor, you are not a doctor. You are the Ethiopian pilot, you are not a pilot. So I think we can bring our know-how, we can bring our knowledge, we can bring our anxiety to see our countries moving forward. But we can only achieve what we want to achieve if we unite as an African diaspora, and also if we work with our own governments. Because like I said, it doesn't matter how much you do. You got the knowledge, you got the power. I mean, you have the knowledge, you have the money, you have the will, but they got the power. So unless we mix those things, I don't think there's much we can achieve. With that, I would like to thank you very, very much for the hospitality. Anyway, I loved Kenya for about 30 years, but this time it was really special to meet all these unique people and very nice people. And we are enjoying our time, and my colleagues, and I just want to say thank you with that. And maybe most of my profession as working with missionaries and also flying for the United Nations WFP, I see issues and I hear issues, and especially I hear about food security and what have you. And it's very unfortunate. I'm in Kenya, in Nairobi, in Africa, the most fertile land anywhere in our owners, and we are talking about food security. So I think, I was just trying to Google fast food security is for everyone at all times, enough physical and economic access to enough safe, nutritious food that meets their dietary needs. But today we cannot even feed our own people, which is kind of weird. That's because I think our problem is self-inflicted as far as I'm concerned, because of conflicts everywhere, greed, narcissism by local governments, and even the larger picture, the big governments, where the mass, the farmers, our families, my father, my mom, villagers, are really considered to be second citizens because they don't wear suits, they don't drive Mercedes. So I think we really have to have an inside look at how we can mitigate this, how we can change how we can make the paradigm shift, and how we could really harvest what we already have. God has given us beautiful land in Africa, everywhere you go. From what I heard repeatedly, Ethiopia could feed the whole of Africa. And I went to the States in 1980 at the height of drought in Ethiopia, and they used to send, wheat. And I came back until about 2 years ago. We still used to get wheat. And I'm saying, how come we don't grow wheat? I don't know if you heard this, but in Ethiopia now, we have been self-efficient as of last year. We don't use it. So we have to stop and say, where did we go wrong? We have to look at ourselves. And with that, I think I'd like to ask the Honorable, I'll start with you, on how you think we might be able to change the paradigm shift on these food security issues. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, here.
Okay. Thank you for the second opportunity before my other colleagues speak. However, I think you have, I like the way you have started it, because more than anything else, we have the capacity, we have the resources, they are available. But the issue now will come from the distribution angle and level. The selfishness is actually a personal thing, and I would echo what you have said. To be able to kick off we start by looking internally at ourselves. We can never be so equal, but there is the principle of equity. If we have the government that will also, because of course we are talking Africa, if we have our government system that will be considerate and look at everybody as belonging and deserving, I believe there is much that we can actually share, and the food security will not really be also a big problem as it is. Secondly, on the technical bit of it, I also would add the fact that we can re-examine the distribution channels and systems that are there. Because as much as there are some pockets of areas who may be starving, there are also equally areas where there is lots of these supplies that are actually going to waste. So the issue of the fair distribution, the issue of actually even the storage, I know even in the smaller scale like from Kenya, there would be a section that have overproduction of a particular item, for example maize, and the other parts are totally very, very hungry. So while on one side you find maize going to waste, there is another side that is actually starving. So the distribution, the storage facilities, the consideration, the human face that is put onto this, so that we don't look at ourselves like if you have it, the ones who do not have it are actually more disadvantaged or deserving their position. To me, with that, then we bring it down once again to the cooperative principle. That is the saving culture. It is always important whenever we get something, and then once again with apologies, I hope I don't know any of us here beyond the face we have seen here. But in the ordinary life, there are always many challenges whereby when a human being at the height of our life, when you have more, what we call sufficient, we forget that there is tomorrow. So we end up, I don't know, it is overspending it, or it is always good, as a Shem will tell you in English, that kula tano weka tano. That can also help in a rainy day, because all of us, I think that is the system that I've created, why we talk of even the pension, because after working, we have the chair of Wazee. I like that. That even in our discussion, we have to consider of tomorrow, and we are still there. By the way, I officially applied and he has already admitted me. Now I also joined the group of the Wazee, that is the mature citizens. Because we are here, we are capable, we are able to perform, but because of how the society treats you, we end up actually dying slowly from the poverty that was not even supposed to be there. So food security, to me, can be managed. And that is why in Kimisitu, we encourage a lot of saving so that you can use it at the time when you are less active. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question to my colleague is, there are so many areas why food is not fairly distributed to the communities everywhere. So what do you think is the role of the middleman when it comes to distribution of fertilizers and fair distribution of food products and holding the profits rather than supporting our own people?
All right, thank you. I would like to say something before answering the question about the diaspora, the potential that the diaspora had, and when I
if you can put your mic a little closer, thank you.
Yeah. The potential that the diaspora had, we all the diaspora means is a person who was moved abroad and get exposure of other countries, experience, and how the Western live, how the Western is pretty much, we all are coming from our motherland, but when we go to abroad to the second country, we see things, we get the exposure, we see how the second country we've been is develop all that. So it pains me to talk still as African, talking about food security, while we have this naturally gifted land that we can, at this time, the Western are the one who's supposed to wait from us to even help them with the food, with others. But in this era, in this time, still talking about food, the basic thing, it's as an African, it's really pains me deeply. But in another way, what's just give me hope and the motivation is I see the little light that is showing up. As a diaspora, we can come together and make this thing reality, make these dreams come true. So what I mean is this is the first steps. As a Kenyan, as a Kenyan diaspora, what you guys are accomplishing, it is admiring. It is very. I'm so admired, and I'm imagine if we become unite as an Africa, exchanging experiences. What Ethiopia don't have, Kenya have. What Kenya don't have, Uganda have. So if we all become unite and work toward one goal and make our people pass through this expectation. So the one thing that I believe is still make us talking about this food security, it's about not being united. It's not about being not sharing experience. It's not about knowing what potential we have. So there is a saying in Ethiopia language, which means the person who holds the gold, they may consider it's just like, because he have it on his gold, he may don't see the value of that gold. So we sit in a gold, but we are not really using it properly. So I really ask, for example, me personally, my background is, I am in medical background, but what I'm investing right now in Ethiopia is, I took the 100 hectares and invest in farming beans. So when I do completely shift this, my profession, still I'm working on hills. I am from Minnesota, and I see how the farming is the backbone of one of the countries. So that's why I come to my country and invest on farming. And I'm still more impressed after I hear on the presentation about this sunflowers. I was so interested, and I dig deeper and how it grows and why we still don't have, imagine when the seed is more valuable than gold, that means we are just don't have a knowledge. I never heard about sunflowers before. So after I hear this, I dig deeper, and some it is very easy to grow, and the benefit of the seeds, the benefit of health benefit is tremendous. So what we need to do right now is we need to come together, not only like we are. We are really thankful to be part of this presentation or this meeting, but we would like to come as Africa together, and the next year we need to take initiative and come together in Africa, exchange. There is Ethiopian diaspora who, as my colleagues, Captain, saying there is a lot of Ethiopian diaspora who are investing in Ethiopia, the same as in Kenya. But there are certain things that we are missing. So if we come together and exchange experiences and work together, I am interested to invest even in Kenya right now. So if also Kenyans come to invest in Ethiopia, if Ugandan come to Ethiopia, then the thing that makes unite is not only by colors or neighbors. We work together. So that is another way of being uniting, sharing experience on economies, growth, and so there is a lot of hope on our government. Things are more make us close, and we see initiation through our government. But if we come together and become strong and pressures and explain how potential we have, for sure, all this food security, talking about food and all this is going to be history. So let's come together and take initiative and become and develop. There is also, there is African Diaspora Alliance, but I don't want you to be just only a name. I want it to be next year, like African Union are always come together. We need to come together, experience, and make this large. The reason we are different than others is because we have exposure, and there is also not only exposure, and we get the experience from the Western, and that it's always pains us. I believe it is in every diaspora's heart, seeing that why my country is not being like this, why my country is still talking about food, why my country is still talking about housing or health. We are in a very minor basic necessities that's supposed to be not talking as this eras. So if we all come together, for sure, all this issue, it's going to be history. Let's come, join hand and come together and make it a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that elaborate. Share this one. I think the battery is out, and I just want to say thank you for that elaborate and detailed explanation. We heard repeatedly about safflower. How many of you have heard SAF? SAF. SAF. S-A-F. That's the new thing. That's the sustainable. Mainly because I cannot fully explain it, but it's bring out fuel from vegetation, vegetables, and leftovers, and SAF, S-A-F, sustainable aviation fuel. And by 2030, I believe, don't quote me on this one, but by sometime in the near future, airliners are required to have at least 50% this type of fuel mixed with the regular fuel. And Africa is tapped to be the biggest beneficiary. Just imagine all these thousands and thousands of airliners depending on Africa for fuel. But not this time. The good thing is, yeah, we might work with foreign companies, but the foreign companies are not going to come and suck everything out of the, the soul of out of Africa. So SAF is also another sunflower. Like my brother said, I think cooperation is the key in every aspect of our dealing with Africa. He said holding gold, yet considering it copper. That's the word copper. Now, so I think we really have to know our value, our minerals, our gold. What we are holding is not necessarily silver, mud, or copper, but it's a gold. It has value. I just want to say one thing. In early 90s, I was in Uganda flying for Mission Aviation Fellowship. And I used to commute to Kenya, and Lokichokio was the epicenter for South Sudan. How many people knew this? There are about 20, 30, 40 airplanes, camps. I remember paying about $250 to spend the night in a tent. That's how lucrative it was. One thing they did was they went into South Sudan, dropped off fuel, and came back. I'm not fuel, but food from the air. In 2020, in Ethiopia, I see these big Illusion airplanes taking off from Ethiopia, southern part, dropping food and coming back to Ethiopia. And each flight would probably feed 1,000 people, what they paid for the flight. And I'm just saying, wait a minute. For 30 years, if that much money is spent for flying those huge airplanes to drop off a food that cannot be accounted for as who received it, and how about if they bought about 500 tractors? South Sudan would probably exporting, So I don't know if we are very much victimizing ourselves in most cases, but it's about time to wake up and realize our dreams, know our values, like my brother said, and move on forward. So, what do you think, as Africans, like as individuals, I'm not even being specific, what do you think, or how do you think,
and yet here we have the sun, it's one of the most important thing in growing food, we know that. And we'll appreciate that some of these things, just fruits or in the baobab or what, they're all growing in Africa. They're being exported to Europe. A lot of food out there actually now comes from Africa. So sometimes for me it's a paradox of how we can still have this food security issues and we have the vast land. So I think it starts with our education, because it's very much related to the colonialistic times. I think it's time that it really, we do an operation on the system and just check where it is. Because if we have the land, we are the ones, we have so much human capital. That's why, for example, like Kenya, we're talking about labor, we are exporting labor. So is it that our priorities are not right? What went wrong in our education? Why do people first say, is it our thing? Yeah, because you will find some places, every time you look on social media, okay, I don't take everything as gospel truth there, but you'll find offering milk because I don't know, it was too much. Some places, I don't know, it's oranges, bananas, you name it, all over Africa. So are we really that poor at logistics that we can't get something from one place to another? And we also have to start looking at things like our, the infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure, I know people sometimes I feel like we don't actually want to solve problems. We want to do what can only benefit us when we hold a certain office. So for example, I come from Taita Taveta. It's a very hilly country. And since time immemorial, getting to our place where now our village up the hill, it's not so easy. And I always used to tell my parents, don't worry, one day I'll buy a helicopter so it will be easy for you to get there. There is echo. Okay. It will be easy for you to get up there. And there's a time I was looking at that specific area, you know, you name it, there's so much crop. Okay, there's so much, you know, there's so much food coming from up the hills, huh? But then the cost of transport is so expensive. You know, if I send a lorry up there and bring the food down, I can't sell it. The price will be just too high. The people in the lowlands have better because for them it won't consume so much fuel to bring it there. And we were having a look at one time, we wanted some things, and my husband just looked at me and he said, yeah, but you live in Norway. You know how Norway is also hilly. So what comes into your mind? And, you know, it's about just looking at other alternatives. Who said we must have a road to transport food? We have gravity. We can use even very simple zip lines that just bring the food down so that it can be transported easily. It will save quite some money. So I think we have to look at innovative ways also of solving our agricultural issues. So I think one of the things for me that is key is starting with education, and I'm not talking about only tertiary education, I'm talking about even how we relate to some of the things that need solving, looking at our things and saying we need to tweak something, we need to have a mindset shift, we need to have new perspectives and how we view certain jobs like people in farming. We have to drive a narrative that brings respect to them. And in conclusion, let me just say another thing is looking at the aspect of value addition. Yeah, we have to start focusing on processing our foods, because what is the problem of vegetables? We can dry the vegetables, they can go to different parts of the country, but why aren't we doing it? When we think of it, we're just thinking about it has to be for the export market. And again, we have to create that value addition market within Africa. I was so happy because I followed the conversations on Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Because this intra-Africa trade, if it really picks up, it is so important, it is so good. And talking about the value addition, for many years we've been talking about, for example, Kenya coffee and Kenya tea. Why aren't we sending it as packed? People want to take it in bulk and repackage outside there. And yes, I tried to look at it, and we have to really stand up against marketing, people using Africa to market poverty for their own interest. You know, for a long time, our poster child has been a child with a big stomach and with mucus. And for Kenya, there are 400 NGOs working in Kibra for I don't know how many years, really showing that picture of poverty. So if I ask you today, if somebody was to sell you a well-packaged product, but it is made in one of the slums and it is for eating, are you going to buy it? No, it is that simple. Even in Europe and other, the global north, yeah, they know Africa as a lot of them know it from their childhood as a place where we need help. We are crying, NGOs, help, 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 help. And then we want to package something and say that it is for consumption. I'm sorry, it won't happen. So it is us to take that and say, we want to market Africa as a place of productivity, not as a place of poor. Thank you.
Yeah, this is one of the few times in life I wish I had power to make you my agriculture minister. You know, when I was in college in the States, I used to work different jobs, from washing dishes, washing cars, and eventually I graduated to driving buses. And one time we were driving 4 buses from high school contract, and I was bus number 2. So the chaperone was there, the kids were there singing and playing. So we come to a village. Oh, we have to have McDonald's, you promised. The lady says, I promise, next town. So we go. The first bus just drives through because on top of the radio. And, we are hungry, we are starving. So she goes through. We went through about 3 or 4 towns. And finally they really got mad as they started being rowdy, as you can imagine. So they said, we are starving, we are starving, we have to eat food. Just like a first. And then the chaperone says, you are starving? Ethiopians are starving. And they didn't know I was an Ethiopian driver. And like within about 2 seconds, the whole bus went, we are the world. Like everybody. So, yeah, our image is of starvation. And like when they saw me in Ethiopia, they said, wow, why are you so fat? Now, I was very slim and skinny, and I don't know, but still I was big for them. The Ethiopians, they know as the, what they see on TV, and like Travel Noah said, and those flights were made in Hollywood. So don't worry, when they show our pictures, and that's the issue. And why I made this, I just remember something like deja vu. When I was in Haiti, I was driving back from work one day, and I saw a truck ahead of me, very slow traffic, and they had wheat on the truck, about, 50 sacks or something. So this guy had a metal something that exactly identical, which had big hole here. So they just push this in the sack, and they have their own sack, and they took out about 5 kilos from here, 3 kilos from there. So by the time the sack got to the storage, they still have 50 bags, but with maybe about 100 kilos stolen. So why am I saying this? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Are we maybe stealing too much of our own products as Africans? Are we probably the ones who are starving our own people? You said accountability, which is crucial. We live in Ethiopia. Another saying is the thief is the one who saying this. A thief was saying they leave their doors open and accuse people for being thieves. Opening our doors for people to exploit us, to take the added value you said, they buy things from us for $1, back to us for $5. Is that really their fault or our own fault? So with that in mind, if you don't mind, what radical or strong or what kind of real action should we as Africans take to just bring all this nonsense to stop? And what I just afterwards said, farming has to be cool. You don't see any farm young people on TikTok. You don't. So how can we make farming cool? The problem starts. Everybody goes to the city to go, not just to go to school, but also to be cool, if I'm not mistaken. But there's money in it, there's power in it, there is, the people who hold the bread are the people who are ruling the world. So how can we make that cool? And how can we make a decisive action to change, to make a paradigm shift in the right direction? That's for you.
Thank you very much. That's very, very pertinent and compelling questions. The issue of food security is very close to me. I was trained in food security back in the day. And, food is our dignity. No matter how you define it, you are dignified by the fact that you're self-sufficient in food production, your home is food secure, and you have food in the home. And this has to define our Africanity going forward. In Kenya, we have over the years depended largely on maize as our major food crop, and we have tied our dignity to maize production as the nutritious crop that will grow and drive this nation. But we are learning that there are other food crops out there which have African origins. We have the root crops and many other crops which and the vegetables, traditional vegetables, which have come into the metric as very, very nutritious. And we have been able to research the years, which extends from Mombasa to Nairobi to Kitale, and further in the eastern frontier to Laikipia. Our populations are fairly well nourished. We still have challenges with nutrition, but above that railway line in the northern frontier counties, we have a lot of problems. We have a lot of problems. It's 60% of our country, of the landmass of our Kenya, where our population live. And there, the level of malnutrition, the level of vulnerability to good nutrition is very, very high. And it has become a field day for NGOs, as my sister says here, raising funds on the basis of the starving Africa. We need to reposition an ecosystem that places us in a strategic position going forward to be self-sufficient in food production. And it must start at all the different levels. It must start looking at the farmer. The farmer is the one who lays the golden egg. He's the one who produces the food. He's the one who makes it possible. We must give dignity to the profession of farming, and let that dignity now be generational. Let the Gen Zs now who are there take up the responsibility of wanting to be farmers, wanting to be professional farmers. And with the use of research, with the use of technology, with the use of policy, we can now create a new ecosystem for food production going forward. Thank you.
Well, it looks like I've made much more than I bargained for, and I'm really grateful for this panel. Look, the credit card is there. We just have to find our path. Africa never changed. Things might have changed, narratives might have changed. We have the power to navigate into the future which God has intended for this continent. From drawing the map to a smaller scale, to carving out Africa. Was that 1889, 85? I believe? 75. Yeah. Africa has been defined by others. Right. I think this is our time, especially with the young people I see. I think it's about time we just said, okay, look, it's my responsibility. It goes with responsibility also. It's not just, oh, somebody did this or somebody did that. What have I done? I, as a person, in my country we have too many problems, too many issues, but my biggest question is, what have I done? So, I think we have to find our password. It doesn't matter what kind of gold, silver, platinum card you have. Unless you have that password, you are going to starve just like anybody else. Your credit card might have millions of dollars, it doesn't matter. The password is holding it. So our password, our future depends on our young people. We should make our young people capable. We should arm them with knowledge, with confidence, with nationality,
You know, Africa is not, I'm sorry, I wish we get something out of this. I wish I met one or two people mad. Africa is not a shithole country. Somalis are not garbage. Ethiopians are not garbage. Kenyans are not garbage. We are respectful, God-created, loving people. So, much more than somebody saying that about us, we have probably drafted our own narratives. We have to look inwards. For those of you a little older, remember Just Say No to Cigarettes and to Drugs. I think that was Nancy Reagan who said that, just say no. Or recently the Ethiopians say no more. I think we have to say no more begging, no more handouts, no more NGOs. That's one thing Ethiopians did, by the way, with the dam project. And let me just announce, if you allow me, you guys don't know, we are about 80% complete with another huge dam project, which will produce exactly half of what this one is producing, about 2,500 or 600 megawatts.
Amazing.
This is huge, but the smaller one was built north of this one, and all Europeans and countries and what you call this human rights were saying, oh, all the indigenous Ethiopians are going to die from water shortage. Oh, Kenya is going to just like, what's that name up north? Rudolph.
Like Albert. Rudolph.
No, Rudolph.
Rudolph.
Rudolph is going to dry, and the Maasai is gone, no more fish, and the biggest problem they have now is floods. And when we built Koisha 3, the whole world was against us. Koisha 3 is 700 megawatts. Now we are building Koisha 4 with 2,500 megawatts. Have you heard about it? No. Nobody's saying it because what they said 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, they knew it was wrong. They knew they just started to stop us from developing. You just have to just say no and move on with your lives. And I thank you very much for this honor. And probably I had the best panelist here. And with that, I think we're done.
Thank you very much. Captain, if you permit, there was a video, 5 minutes, you could elaborate, if you permit, yes? Can be played?
Oh, for her?
Yes.
She can
could
take 10
explain, yes.
for what I hear.
Right, yes. A round of applause. Yeah, it's okay. Just wait, just wait. You can watch, yeah? Yes. Because we'll take a group photo for the panel.
From like the work today or this week that goes on in the work that we are doing. For those who I didn't introduce myself, my name is Rachel Mwakazi Shape. I come from the county of Taita Taveta, but I work in Norway and also research, and often my research is based on diaspora remittances. And in my last paper, I was asking whether our remittances are a sleeping pill or a development catalyst. So it depends. So I'll take you to our county, Taita Taveta, a little bit on a tour this morning, where you can meet some of the people who are working with us. We work with, put the sound, please. You can just start and put the.
Start from the beginning, or?
The sun is about to set, marking the end to a long day for activities.
Maximum?
Here, workers are rushing to finish sorting the latest arrival of bubble fruits at the farm. Carefully, the good fruits are separated from the rest and packed in sacks. Bark corporate threats are an easy termite.
My name is Rachel Makazi Shape. I am in the baobab value chain. And also,
You not only have food ministers in this forum, you have entrepreneurs in their own right. We have Dr. Mwaniki with Safflower. We have Madam Honorable Rachel with Baobab. And one that is coming out of this forum this morning. I'm also part of that. Mr. Cameraman, I'm coming. Yeah, please. Thank you. The next forum would be SACCOs. Can they prepare themselves? Mzizi and AfriCenter, please come to the forum. Thank you.
Maybe in the interest of time, we have the companies. Mzizi, give them a round of applause as they come over. Thank you. We have that's AfriNet, Mzizi. We have the other corner. Is corner in the house? Please, if we can call them. Yes, we have three partners. Corner, the third one is, we have Corner as they come over. Give them a round of applause. Please come over. You will introduce yourselves. We want to hear about your products. I cannot emphasize it enough. Without these partners, at KDA, we don't call them sponsors. We call them partners because we strive to give back value. There has got to be a return on investment. So hii ni kionjo tu, we are with you for a long strategic relationship. Do we have Unitas already in the house? Kennedy is around. Give them a round of applause as they come over. Please, Ken, come over. Good. Yeah, so please be extremely tentative in this regard because without these guys and ladies here, we must admit we wouldn't be here. I want just to take, anyway, later I was going to acknowledge from Serbia, Yugoslavia, but we'll give you an opportunity. Let me not color it. So without much ado, we say in Africa, ladies first, but gentlemen before. So maybe we give each of them 2-3 minutes first to introduce yourself, and then you can tell us, we want to hear about these fantastic products. With permission, the MC has allowed me to help here, to be the brother's keeper. So,
thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Nyaga from AfriNet Global with a product that is Mzizi. Mzizi means roots. And I heard from this meeting and the previous panel that they feel like everybody is not listening to our problems. Mzizi was built by diasporians for diasporians, and intently we came to listen. Because Mzizi, though a remittance app, is here to listen to what are your challenges and what are the solutions. So we are not building from the tech knowledge we sit behind, but from the feedback and your lived experiences. So Mzizi is listening. It came intently to listen, and by the end of it, to give you the best of the product that would allow you to remit money, and not just give you what we currently have. From the conversation we've had, basically, we have a collective intent and personal infrastructure. So we have a mismatch. That's why we are not able to build. And Madam Rachel asked, is our remittance a sleeping pill? Until we give it infrastructure, it will be a sleeping pill. So we are listening. we are identifying gaps. And for the first time, I've had everyone trying to sell. We came to listen. Yes, we have our app, but we came to listen. What are your lived experiences? What are your struggles? And what best can Mzizi do to make it work? To answer to your paper on remittance, Madam Rachel, I've read through a lot of it, and I love it already. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I was just saying that we're looking to make sure that the diaspora that is already operating like a cooperative, we are sending money. So, and we've been speaking of remittance. How about we build transparency? How about we build the trust currency that we have so much lost? How about we give you accountability of what you've been sending home? So we are integrating, and we are integrated with the financial systems in this country, the very same way that America has built around its financial infrastructure. Mzizi is integrating your lived experiences in diaspora with the Kenyan financial infrastructure, from the health pay bills to the school fees pay bills to the SACCO pay bills, to allow you to enjoy transparency first, to allow accountability, and to allow you to contribute without feeling like you're losing value through the remittances.
Thank you. Good. Well done. Well done. Well done. As I was going to hand over, I'll separate for gender balancing. Once from a lady, then we do what we call flip-flopping. I'm an informatician. You know, as somebody who have taught computer engineers, software engineers, and all that, my students would always ask, you know, the accountants call themselves this, the doctors call themselves this, the engineers call themselves this. What do we call ourselves? Okay? We are informaticians. So if you didn't know what the IT professionals are called, they are informaticians. So we normally flip-flop. But that's a very radical product. Watch out for it. It's probably one of those things that are revolutionizing. Kenya is very well known. You know, M-Pesa, you have to travel around the continent and beyond to see Africa giving its own innovation to the world. Another round to Mzizi, a round to the lady. Thank you very much. Now I want to come to the money man. Kennedy, unite us. I want him as unite us to unite us. Okay? A round of applause as he takes the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. It's such an honor to be given this opportunity, and I'm here to represent Unite Us SACCO, which is one of the deposit-taking regulated SACCOs in Kenya. We, of course, you heard from Kimisitu, and you also have Kona, and we are just here to confirm and reaffirm our support for the opportunities that we have been discussing for the last 2 days. It is very exciting for us as Unite Us to sit here because especially the panel that was there yesterday, from when we discussed about the SEZ opportunities, in the afternoon we went for the housing, and this morning with agriculture. From where I sit, I can just see opportunity after another. But then the question is, how do we approach it? So what we've done at Unite Us is we've created a business model that is around the value chain systems. So we look at the value chain end to end. We look at the opportunities that are both on the upstream and also on the downstream. Let me, for example, take the panel that was just here right now. We've been told about this crop, the safflower, yeah? Everybody thinks there is money, but there is work to be done first to produce it. There is support that is required for the agricultural input. There is putting all these people together to produce. Then we move from there. Once we start producing, we need to have people that can actually now offtake. So as Unitas, we support the production, the input side on several areas. We support it from an input perspective. So if you are looking to go big, like the pilot said, he's doing about 250 acres of beans. That requires heavy investment. With climate change, which I think is one of the topics we're going to discuss today, you have to think about water. So we have taken initiative to figure out solutions around water and how to make sure that you're able to produce throughout the year. Then we have to mechanize. That is a fact. You cannot plant 250 acres using manual labor. You just have to get a tractor in there and work on it. So we have brought in partners as an organization where you can just plug in and begin to move. If you look at, for example, some of our statistics here, a normal typical Kenyan coffee farmer is producing 2 kgs per bush, per tree. It has been demonstrated at Dedan Kimathi University, they have gotten as high as 41 kgs per tree. So the question is, what is the problem? The problem is we are not focusing on productivity. And that is where Unitas comes in. From an agriculture perspective, productivity is key. If you look at the milk sector, we have farmers around this country. They all produce. We are very happy. The milk is being bought by the big, the big processors. But then you realize that if you just pasteurize that milk, you add value by 15%. Just a simple process of pasteurization. Who is doing it? Nobody is thinking about it. Unitas is here to offer the solution that can come in. What is the opportunity? Thank you. What is the opportunity for someone in the diaspora? You could come and invest and say, I don't want to be a farmer, I don't want to own a cow, but what I want is I can invest in the pasteurizer machine such that people come in, they do the pasteurization, and you can even add something else. You can actually pack, because after you pasteurize, you can just pack the milk. So I ask Ken, I come with my containers or whatever it is, I give it to you, pack for me, and I leave. Where I sell it, you don't need to be bothered with that. So those are opportunities. Then on the SME side, because it's also important for me to mention this, yesterday we talked about contract farming, we talked about models around, especially the SEZ. I just want to confirm to this team, we are already doing it with SEZ. There are people that we are financing to take up the property, to put up the warehouses. Machinery for some people is actually on the way. So what I just wanted to confirm as introduction, as Unitas, we are ready to walk this journey with you. If you are looking for a financial partner that has been tested over the last 32 years, we have developed resilient systems. We are ready to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to Unitas. Indeed, there is enough here to unite us. At this point, I want to go to Kona. Maybe I want also to understand what is Kona, Ko-N-A. But I see a number of eminent friends and colleagues and diasporians in the house. I'll just acknowledge them before we go to Kona. Is Godfrey in the house? Councillor Godfrey, did he step aside? Maybe we'll be coming over. Is he in the house, Godfrey? Okay, we will see. He is one of our specialists on what we call the Africa, the year of reparation. Okay, so he's somewhere. He was in the house, maybe stepped aside. But we also have, will be talking to us from Yugoslavia. Serbia, just stand and wave there. We will be giving you a moment. A round of applause to him, Bwana Chokwe, much appreciated. And then we have also Madam Princess or Queen, all the way from, is it Copenhagen or from Denmark? Dotilia, just stand up, give a round of applause. Thank you very much. So we will be hearing also from them in a moment, among the other diaspora leaders. But tell us about Kona. You know, I used to know Safaricom. A round of applause as she takes the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne. I'm happy to be here. Even though I've been seated outside, but I've been following online. And one thing has really turned out that as Africa, we are like a virgin land. There's so much that we still need to do. Just the same way when you go to till a virgin land, we have a lot of opportunities. So Kona comes in to help you as an individual, as a country, and as Africa, because actually that is our main objective. Our mission is to spread throughout Africa. You have seen what Safaricom is doing with M-Pesa and all other services. So we are actually following in the footsteps of Safaricom. We want to be known all over Africa. And after being known in Africa, we want to spread our wings to the whole world, where we have our people in the diaspora. So as Kona, we are here today to celebrate and also to engage with you people in all the opportunities that we have. I've been following the discussions and I've realized just how much of opportunities we have, and therefore we are here to offer you financing for all these opportunities. So if you are here and you're looking for financing, Kona will come in handy for you. So with all that said, Kona simply means C-O-R-N-E-R. Kona is formerly Safaricom Sacco. So we rebranded last year around November. That is when we came up with the name. So basically, this is a twist of English and Kiswahili word. If you look around you, you realize that we have so many organizations, so many products that has a twist of English and Kiswahili. So why Kona? We came up with this name because there is a generation that is coming up, and this generation, they're trying, or rather they're shying away from the word Sacco. So even if you were to go to our website today or any other material that we have, you'll not see the word Sacco. But we are a Sacco. So the reason why we came up with this name is to attract this other generation that is trying to shy away from the Sacco. So we are basically a Sacco, and our main business is savings and credits. And we came up with this name Kona so that we can resonate with you in your every corner of financial need. So if you are here in that corner where you are seated and wondering where you're going to get help from, Kona will be with you in that corner to support you financially. We have come up with a product, a product for our diaspora members, where we are giving over 100 million. So with all these opportunities, I'm very sure if you take up a product of 100 million, you can buy that machine, you can buy that tractor, you can start that small business you've been thinking of.
On being projected, but there is a Jacaranda hotspot. If you want to access it, you'll be given the password. The guys over there can always tell you if you have a trouble accessing the net. Now I must also acknowledge my boss I can see in the house. Yesterday we talked a little bit about we do GIZ, but we have a lady, Stella from GIZ. Just wave, Stella, stand up. You know you're still young. She's also like Gen Z. A round of applause for Stella. Thank you. I think the lady for finance. And then the real boss, who is my boss, Frida. Please just stand up, Kibuko. Give a round of applause for GIZ. Right, so when we were talking about we do supporting about 2,000 small micro enterprises, you can hear it from the horse's mouth. So the other colleagues will recognize them, but for now, questions and answers a little bit. Beginning with Saero, please. We'll take like 3 questions or comments, then we come back to the
testing. You know, in Africa we have a great oral tradition. We're just learning how to document things. And when I listen to my brother here from United speaking, we need to remind him that we actually lived. We are men of mature years, and the values you're now positing as opportunities are value chains which we have been working on since my time in this country in 1980. I'm happy that there's now a new awakening that reviewed and looked at, and I can give you examples of 20 different farms in this country where I have installed pasteurizing units. So perhaps now we can work together and think it through how best you can use the knowledge we have to support what you're doing, because our knowledge is basically domiciled in agricultural value chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it was largely a comment. A round of applause to Cyril. If there's anybody who has not spoken since we started and has a comment or question to ask, I want to give you priority before I come back to the other colleagues. But meanwhile, I think I'm seeing somebody in the house like Mr. Sang. Just wave a round of applause to him. Yes, among the specialists on reparations. We'll have a little dose on that. Judge Peter Herbert, I think, is logged in. Also, that's the president of UK Black Lawyers Society from London. He traveled this night. He's just gotten into London from Nairobi. But we'll have a little dose on that. So somebody with a comment or question? Yes, Madam Frida, you can introduce yourself. Also spend 3 minutes to tell us about WID.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shem, and congratulations to the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, one of the greatest diaspora organization, I would say, in Africa. And we are very proud of you, Dr. Shem, and the entire group, because you're actually giving a lot of benchmarking, strides to all the diaspora organizations in terms of the homecoming convention, the conversations we're having, the questions we are asking, very pertinent ones towards the development of Africa and in Kenya in particular. So I'm very, very proud to be associated with Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And as I mentioned, my name is Frida Kibuko. I work with GIZ. We have an interesting product, I'm sure you've heard about it, that leverages diaspora remittances to support MSMEs, small scale and micro enterprises. I truly believe that is where we need to start. The bottom up approach is important, because we have a significant segment of our population that is not included in development, and we need to find incentives how to make sure these micro enterprises, our family members who have big business ideas, but they don't have the capital for it. And we are happy with the diaspora members. Right now, we were working with 9 countries in Europe. Right now, it is open for all countries in Europe. So if you have family members in any country in Europe, you can participate in this product via wedo.africa platform. Please just write it down somewhere, wedo.africa. Find out, we have a lot of information about it. We have success stories about it, and you can be able to also benefit from that. I've seen a bit of our diaspora, what we call diaspora ambassadors. I've seen Jackie Kuhn is in the house. Yes, I recognize you. We had a very interesting function in Germany. Was it in September? Thank you for what you're doing. I saw also Simon. I know quite a number of people who are here. But let me just say why I'm standing with my comment. With Rachel and the panel, they really were very passionate about what is the problem we have with food security in Africa. We cannot develop if we can't feed ourselves. We need to be very honest. We're talking about industrialization, but we have a very important segment of our population who cannot feed themselves. We are exporting onions. We're exporting, carrots and tomatoes. Like, we need to look at ourselves and ask the question of where are we going wrong. And someone said, if you want to walk fast, you walk alone. If you want to walk far, you walk with many people. Rachel alluded to it, the aspect of aggregation and value addition. A lot of research has been done. In this house, you can see people have read books. They have gone to school. They know where the challenge is. Where the challenge is, and I just want to point out, is that our land is becoming smaller and smaller. We're subdividing it. We cannot make any impact with that kind of small holding. The only way we can make big move is if we aggregate and if we had value addition. In WeDo, we have regions showing us very, best examples and success stories. For example, in Nandi County, where they're doing this drying of managu, kunde, and all these kind of things, and they're selling it to, the market in Kenya, but also abroad. But if we really have to make a lot of impact, is really think about the cooperative model, and that is why this, the entire theme of this workshop is on cooperative model, aggregation, and value addition. And when we think about those kind of two things, then with incentives from, organizations like GIZ, what we are doing with WeDo, then leveraging on diaspora, leveraging on SACCO model, we can go far. But this conversation is important and it should continue. Thank you, Dr. Shem.
A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I come back for comments, responses, anybody with another comment or question from the floor, particularly even the young people, Gen Zs? Yes, I think Margaret's hand is over there. Yeah, anybody else? Otherwise, after Margaret, then we go to the floor. The youth are the future. A round of applause as she takes the floor.
Hello, guys. So I have a comment, first of all, before I go to the question I had. I heard Sir Errol mention a comment about doing research when we were discussing food security, and I think one of the things I thought when he mentioned that is, how about, when all is said and done, I think we should just go back to, producing more food crops than cash crops, because there was a time when we had enough to sustain our land. No one went hungry, no one was sick and all that. But then we had these people who came into our land, they stole our land, they stole our freedom. They instilled in us that, you can quit planting these food crops, you can quit planting these indigenous trees, because we want you to plant what we are bringing to you, and we want you to pay us after, getting the proceeds from these things that you're planting. So I think we should go back to our old ways so that we can ensure sustainability. Yes. And I agree with what Ms. Mwakazi said. And also, I'd like to ask Unite Us. That was a very good point you brought about on pasteurization. I'm just wondering, would you also be supporting things to do, for example, with semi-arid farming? Do you have initiatives that work towards that? Yeah. That's all. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you. Point taken. Thank you. As I go back there, because obviously part of why we have the partners is to connect them with the diasporas. And I'll pick on 3 diaspora leaders, just to say a word, 30 seconds, so you identify them. When the planning committee was meeting yesterday evening, we said we want to have a program for adopt a country and adopt a partner. So each of the diaspora leaders for all the partners, whether it's Ndatani, whether it's Jubilee, or it's Bupa, or it's the other partners we have, Ken Bright, or Kona, or Unite Us, or Mzizi, we want adopt the community leaders, whether it's Germany, or the USA, or Serbia, Yugoslavia, or it's Denmark, or it's the other countries, Botswana we have in the house earlier today, from Serbia, Yugoslavia. Just 1 minute. I know you'll have a chance. But
Yeah, okay. Habari kila mtu.
Salama.
Yes, I know I'm scheduled to do some talking in the afternoon, but daktari anasema niseme kitu kidogo. I'll go out of the box of what he wanted me to say. And say this, I think the other lady who was there talking about Boabab. There is something very important that she said, and I wanted to say it before I didn't know she would say it. This is my second time to be with you people, and my subject is peace, and peace starts with a family. In a family level. If you don't have peace in family level, you don't have peace anywhere. And I take this as a, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but I take this forum, and what Dr. Shem is saying or doing is bring people together as a family. So I think this is a big family, very beautiful family, and we are going far together.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. All the way from Dallas, Texas, even if to acknowledge the money lady, Patricia. A round of applause to her.
Hello everyone. My name is Patricia Njogu from Dallas, Texas. I came here with the chair, Mr. Bob Nyangweso. We are representing KDA as well, and I'm the treasurer. So last year we were not able to come, but we managed to come this year, which I really love the event. I've learned a lot, and also I see a lot of things that people can partner in, and we are still here, so we'll try and communicate with each other. So thank you so much.
A round of applause to her. Thank you very much. As we say, we will be partnering, pairing partners. Adopt a partner and adopt a country. And then maybe we strive next year, if it's Dallas or Houston, we have to go there together. Okay, so you won't be alone walking this journey. From Denmark, please give a round of applause, Madame Doty. She's been unwell, but she's with us here today. A round of applause for her.
Thank you, Dr. and thank you, everyone. It's such a pleasure to finally make it here. I wasn't sure I was going to make it, but God is good. I missed quite a few sessions, but I've heard what we're talking about, of course, and I'm going to be on one of the panels. But what I wanted to say is one of the things that we are really losing out on, and this is something I keep saying, is the lack of innovative projects. We don't come up with innovative projects that also are huge enough for funding. And people get scared of building up their projects. You have a project where you want to do a road, but you're only thinking of the road. What about the pedestrian? What about the people cycling? What about the motorcycles? All these things that are causing problems in traffic, why can't we have a solution for them when we are designing the road? And hence ask for funding that is going to cover all this. But we have, I don't know if it's an African thing, I don't want to say it's all of us, but one thing that I've come to learn through the years is we are very scared of putting everything we want on paper. I read a lot of proposals. I probably am taking too much time, but I read too many proposals from across Africa. And unfortunately, most people are very scared of building up their projects. And you're asking, my organization gives $1 billion US to a minimum of $500 million US. And I receive projects of $10 million US. So how do I help someone who's asking us for $10 million US when they have an opportunity of asking for $500 million US? So it's an African thing, I've noticed, but we need to change, because now I go back and I end up counseling people and telling them, I think this project is good, but why don't you scale it up? Why don't you add this and that and the other? And then you find that actually 500 million is little. They come back and tell me, actually it's kidogo money, let's scale it up. So I think we need to also be very cognizant of the fact that we are undercutting ourselves as Africa. Thank you.
Round of applause. And what's the name of your organization?
Nordic Global Investment Foundation, NGIF in short, and we are based in Copenhagen, Denmark.
A round of applause to her. And you've just heard from the regional, Africa regional director. So this is not just talk, okay? The mzee here, maybe for the benefit of the pensioners like me, just 30 seconds, please.
The comment I wanted to make was for morning, but the morning passed. Then I was afraid that this is also going to pass. In the morning, something occurred to me, that there are people who are carrying out extraordinary work within the Kenya diaspora. And I just use an example of Kimisitu and Dr. Who was he? Dr. Mwaniki. You heard what he said. With all these discoveries and moving the whole of Africa and changing the livelihoods of people, he can't even be recognized for national awards. A lot of people are doing outstanding work out there. They are our people. So all I wanted to advise Kenya Diaspora Alliance is to create a department which will liaise with government, so that when we recognize outstanding work among our people, just like any other government department or any other institution, every year we shall be given a chance to appoint people to be considered for national recognition.
Round of applause.
Because of my work in TA, I was given Elder of the Burning Spear. So why should others not get for the good work?
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you, Elder of the Burning Spear. That's our governance advisor, by the way. So the Transition Authority, some of the older Kenyans knew about that organization. He was the boss. So glad you're in the house, but remember also the Bible says sometimes prophets are not recognized in their home, and it's okay. Some of the colleagues do things not for recognition, but if you get it, it's a bonus. I keep saying the one Kenyan who deserves an award. If I was to get one, I would request, can it be given to Mzee Molo Kero? Molo Kero Isaac for Kenyans, no, I think he was one of our longest serving ministers. He helped in Namibia in many places. He stabilized Kenya Airways and many things. And I'm glad I'm mentioning this when the presidential advisor is in the house. Give a round of applause to Stephen Otieno. Thank you, Bana Steve. Just stand and wave again so that we recognize you, sir. Another round of applause to him. Thank you very much. So I'm sure that word has been heard, maybe the request. But of course, the State Department has been giving diaspora awards to deserving diasporians. Maybe what he's saying is that maybe more can be done. But anyway, at this point, as we conclude, I'll now do reverse engineering. I'll start with the corner as I go backwards. Your closing remarks, please.
Thank you. So what I would like to say today is we continue with these conversations from here, wherever we go. And also, as we continue with these conversations, we encourage you to join Corner Circle so that you can also get to see what we offer and experience what we can do to you. Thank you.
A round of applause to her. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we heard you. And yes, bind the tent to Onge. Thanks. Unite us.
Thank you very much. I will also respond to one of the questions that was raised. And Frida, you mentioned something very critical. Productivity per unit area. Because the land size is getting smaller. We have to ask ourselves, how do we increase that? But just to confirm, Madam from NIGC, I have an appetite for the money. And I do, NGIF, yeah, I have the appetite. And just this week, yesterday actually, some of you could have noticed that I kept going out. Someone has just gotten an approval from us of 500 million for seed propagation somewhere in Laikipia. So we are already doing it, but then I need more money. So I'm going to come to you. We are working with partners like Oiko Credit. We are working with partners like KDC. We've also gotten some funds from KDC. But now the issue is we need to accelerate. So even from the diasporians who are here, Unitas needs the money. We need the deposit so that we can on lend, create more opportunities, create jobs, reduce poverty. That is the support that we are asking for. But then someone asked a question about the ASAL. Oh, my dear, that is where we fly. We are operating in 15 counties in this country, and we are ready to support. If I look at the ASAL region, I see fruit, I see vegetable, beef, sheep, export to, the Middle East countries, honey. Have you ever felt depressed when you are flying and you are given honey from a different country, and yet Kenya can actually produce very good honey? That is what we are talking about. We are ready to work with any part of the communities in Kenya and even beyond, for as long as we can be able to have an arrangement that makes sense for those people. Please support Unitas. We have a tent out there. I will be here until evening. Let us engage further. Asanteni sana.
Round of applause. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And meanwhile, if the other partners, if they're still around, we want to take a photo with the partners. Even the rest who didn't have a chance to talk now. Others have had a chance to talk before. Kimusitu, ICA Lion. Please call them for me if they come. We want to take a photo here. Again, we do this very intentionally because without them it's not possible to get together. Meanwhile, Msizi, thank you.
Thank you. Once again, this is what I have to say, that all issues that we have for building cooperative infrastructure will be done via Mzizi. Mzizi is basically built on the technology of wallet as a service. So moving from Unitas, who are my partners here, Kona and KDA, we allow you to use our payment rails to actually receive deposits from abroad, where people can actually save and continue building the deposits. That way we will move not just from remittance, but remittance for support, and also move to capital investment. Because if you're investing and if you're depositing probably to Unitas, you're depositing to Kona, then you're building and going to capital investments. So yes, I come here to bring you the rails to ensure that you build home. Home is our roots. Anywhere we go, we come back home. So let's do this intentionally, and let us build corporate infrastructure, because for the longest time we've had corporate intent with personal infrastructure. So let us make the infrastructure corporate and cooperative, so that then it works to our favor, so that we are not remitting for support, for bills, but we are retaining too much value and also turning it to investment. Thank you. Please visit us at our tent.
Round of applause. Thank you, thank you. As we'll be breaking for teas, please remember to visit the tents. And we want to take a photo. The cameramen and the ladies, if you can come closer. We'll start with, please come over here. You'll have the privilege, Brother Steve Otieno. The just endorsement, that assurance that at the highest office of the presidency, the diaspora are an important cog in the wheel of growth. Please come and take a photo with them. A round of applause to them. Thank you. So yeah, please have the photos there. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just be a little closer. We are being told Unitas unites us. Thank you. Then I want to invite Ambassador, if you can come and join, Ambassador and Captain and Frida, to have brought for us these friends from Ethiopia as GIZ and so on, and Ethiopia government. A round of applause to them too. We don't take it for granted. Frida, please join. Captain, please join. Thank you. I'm inviting the other partners, if there are any in the house. I know a number of them are at the booths, but if there is any other partner nearby, any of the exhibitors, Kimisitu, Jubilee, Bupa, if they are not far away, please come over. Ndatani, please come over, at least a representative. Please remind me, if I forget, it's not intentional. It's maybe because they're a little in the booths. They may not be CMA if they're nearby. Okay. Thank you very much. As we take the photos, maybe I should also join them as I hand over now to the MC. Thanks to guide us for tea.
A round of applause for our global chair, round of applause for our partners. Thank you very much for a very joyful session. As we break for tea, let me take a cue from what was mentioned by Madam Dotti from Denmark. Yes, thank you for being here. We're in the business of project planning and development, and we are in the business, we're in the investment community also with my brother here, Mr. Menelik. One of the problems we face with Kenyan potential projects is that it doesn't go beyond the proposal. It is a teaser come teaser come teaser. Yes? We would like to take this opportunity to those who would like to engage in a project, in investment, to develop a bankable document. We Kenyans are sufficiently talented, Kenyans are sufficiently knowledgeable to put together what is called a bankable document for onward appraisal from a financier. All too often our projects and all these wonderful ideas we have fall by the wayside because it stops at the stage of a PowerPoint presentation. It looks very good. You go from one slide to another, then all of a sudden you're making a profit in year 3. Yeah, it's a lot more than that. We have a great opportunity today, and there are many Kenyans out there who are in a position to bring their network home to us through KDA and through other organizations to ensure that we can take our berth within the ambit of the investment community internationally. I know our Pan-African Queen sits also within the ambit of those societies, so we're very lucky. So let's not take it for granted. Let us engage with them. We're having a cup of tea now, and I will welcome you to the venue, to the stores where the tea is being served, and let us be back in the next 20 minutes or so to continue these wonderful deliberations. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Guided here, Chair. There's no one at present here on that panel. Climate action and green energy. Miller, please present yourself. Round of applause for Miller. Godfrey, kindly present yourself on the podium. Yeah, for reparations. William Thagaya, he's yes. Please join us on the podium here. Okay, so it's
just clarification, it's not only on climate. We are combining climate, send us recommendations. So that we want to kind of strong recommendations and decisions.
All right, thank you very much for that guidance. So we have 3 on the panel so far. Are we in expectation of another member? Yeah, Chokwe and Jockey will join us. Thank you very much. So gentlemen, welcome to the Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2025. I'd like you to feel comfortable in your space, because we certainly have grown into this space over the past 2-3 days. And we know from you, madam, perhaps in the middle, yes, to do some gender balance. No, it's constitutional now in Kenya. If you read the 2010 constitution, gender balance is very, very important. So you like it to be there. I know perhaps you like to be attached to a South African partner, but you're in a good position. So we have the panelists here now who are ready to open the floor and make make a keynote comment. Make a keynote comment as pertaining your subject. As we had initially slated this forum as climate action and green energy, let me give the floor to Miller so he can start off the thing. Thank you very much, Miller. Please come to the podium and let yourself be known, introduce yourself, and let your connection with climate change and green energy be known to the plenary session. Thank you.
I use this. You can. Battery will run out. No, it's okay. It's working. Get it close to your mouth. It is close.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to the 12th Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Kenya Diaspora Homecoming. My name is Dominic Miller Menga. I currently represent the Climate Finance Unit at Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and I will be brief on this so that I brief you on the status of where we are as Kenya Diaspora Alliance on issues climate action. We are currently partnering with National Drought Management Authority on implementing climate action on the ground. As you know, National Drought Management Authority is the government entity that is charged with the responsibility of delivering disaster risk reduction on the ground. And when we talk about climate action, we are talking about 2 major calamities, that is drought and floods. And as we sit here, I hope all of us know that the world is burning. The biblical prophecy of end of the earth is being confirmed by science. I hope you believe that. At least today I'll choose to be the devil's advocate in this process, because I have witnessed it across the villages in Kenya. And we have resources from developed world to come to the ground. So I'll brief you on the status of the Kenyan nation and Africa on issues climate finance access, because I will not be discussing the bigger discussion on climate change. I'll be focusing on climate change, climate finance, because the discussions about climate action have shifted towards the medium that can accelerate action. I want to brief you that just 2 weeks ago, we were in the Conference of Parties, and the world is pushing for us to access finances. In Kenya, we need about 62 billion to respond to national determined contributions. That is from 2020 to 2030. The gap is big because currently we've only absorbed about the figures that I have here is about 457 million, that is on budget, and about 51 billion off budget. So there's a big gap. If you look at that figure with 62 billion, that's a very big gap. And the reality is that what is making us not reach there is that we don't have structures that can absorb the resources that we have on the ground. And it will be good to strengthen those structures on the ground so that we access this money. And I want to acknowledge that the government, through the National Treasury, have gone further to recognize the village elders. And in Kenya, we have about 106,072 village elders. Those are villages in the country. So we want resources to go up to that level and build village structures at that level so that we can access these finances, because climate action is on the frontline communities, and frontline communities most of the time are not in these boardrooms. They are in the villages down there. You know that Africa contributes only about 4% of global warming, but the effects, slightly above 30 to 40% of the effects are in Africa. So accessing those resources and going there, and when I talk about the problem that we are facing is that sometimes the developed world are cushioned because when floods come, they are prepared because they have resources to respond to those floods. When drought comes, they have, in their stores, they have enough resources to cushion their people from droughts. But us, we are vulnerable to those effects. So we ought to be prepared to that. That contribution, and I'm happy the presidential advisor is here, the contribution to push for villages largely came from the Kenyans in the diaspora. And it is amazing that the president got that and implemented it. It has been a challenge to enforce that, but finally we are seeing something little coming to the villages. So I'll stop on that so that I can give the rest time to contribute.
Round of applause. Thank you very much for that enlightening brief on climate financing and giving us the basic information required on climate financing. We have learned that we have 672 villages in the Republic of Kenya. How many of you knew that before? You only very vast do. And the government structure incorporated in the climate financing package will permeate right down to the village elder. So village communities can now be brought into the visibility for funding, and climate action can be action at the village level. So give Nila a round of applause for that. I want to thank him very much for that. I think we have to continue with our principle of gender balancing. So Madam Dotti, please, you can come here and use the form, or if you're comfortable there, you can speak from the podium. Thank you.
You said how many villages? 106,000. Those are the number of villages across the country. 106,000. Yes.
Sorry, I've become an agent of misinformation. Thank you. That's why you are the advisor, to keep us properly advised. Thank you. 106,000 villages. Thank you very much.
So, my name is Dorothy, and I will say a simple statement. I made it a few minutes earlier. Before we begin, let me confess something. I'm slightly dyslexic, which is probably why I work in global finance. Numbers don't care if I mix letters, right? All I need to know is three numbers and there's a comma. So bear with me. If I stare at my phone, because I'm trying to get the words together, understand me. I'm on global platforms, but I sometimes struggle to put my words together. But when you come to me personally, I will work out numbers with you very clearly. So anyway, on a more serious note, today's conversation is critical because Africa's future depends on how we structure finance and scale transformative opportunities. Oh, sorry. My three pillars, core pillars I'll mention is we have to understand that the diaspora, as Africa's most underutilized investment engine, remittances are larger and more reliable than FDI in many African countries, and that you all know as a fact. Yet, very little flows into structured investment vehicles. Countries should establish diaspora investment desks and bankable project pipelines, and cooperatives can serve as trusted channels for community-based investment. As NGIF, I will mention what I do. I think I missed introducing myself, which is very rude. So my name is Dorothy Doti Liech. I insist on using Doti because my parents gave me Doti before they gave me Dorothy. So Doti meaning daughter, stuck. So I was previously engaged in connection of government with potential investment bodies across the world. And I was lucky to work with Devolution, and he was my boss. And I've done quite a bit of connections through the years. So thanks to that, I got this opportunity to work with this Danish organization, and it's quite a learning curve even for me, because I'm currently the regional director for Africa, and that means then I get to talk to both Anglophone, Francophone, and all parts of Africa. And I can tell you I've learned a lot, because as we deal with different governments, of course there are different structures, different opportunities, but our main business is to fund projects, anything that is associated in human development. So that means the United Nations SDGs, anything that is going to bring change and improve the lifestyle or the livelihood of humankind. So we give funding that we initially, so let me tell you the story. So we started off at introducing ourselves as giving funding of $1 billion. And the first meeting I brought my boss to was in Kenya, and I'm going to say this openly, Ministry of Urban Planning, and we have low-cost housing, and we were proposing, can we give funding? And our ticket size is this much. Of course, we were asked, oh, that's too much money, how are you bringing that to Kenya? But eventually, we finished the meeting. And the unfortunate thing, and I've experienced this across the continent, was we were asked, so what is in it for us? And that question has messed up a lot of opportunities for funding. I have worked with Europeans for years, and I can tell you these people have money that we need to take as much as we can. But we need to also structure ourselves very well. We cannot ask for money, but you only have a vision for a project for 1 year, or 2 years, or 3 years. How are you going to make profit? How are you going to scale it up? The best thing is to have proper business proposals. I know I digress, but I feel like I need to talk about this. And we lose out on this quite often because you have amazing, like, let me tell you, in Africa, we have the most amazing projects. The only thing we lack is proper structure of our business proposals. And we need, as KDA, to probably come up with a way of training governments, training institutions, because so many people, even now in the short time that I've been here, I've had very amazing projects. I've not heard how the structures are yet, so I wouldn't say I've heard that. But as I receive emails every other day, I get projects that, yes, they're nice, but okay, so how are we funding you if you don't even know what your plans are for the next 10 years? So in Kenya, and I have to applaud the lady I just met in the other room from Taita Taveta. Your governor is the first governor who put together all his projects, and they total up to $2 billion. And he felt if he does something with the $2 billion, he's able to improve the livelihoods of his county. And that is what we work with, because that makes sense. So as NGIF, I will definitely, when I meet you one-on-one, I will talk further about how we bring the funding to the country. Currently, we're working with the Ministry of Education. We're working with Mrs. Jordan, Michael Jordan's mother, who has an amazing, I don't know if you even know, but she has an amazing project on a 10-acre plot next to USIU for protecting women, battered women in the country. And it's an amazing, 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 actually it's a shocking investment, because quite a number of projects across Africa, not only in Kenya. I have projects in Egypt, projects in Senegal, and it's quite interesting because I've learned a lot how to funding, and we need a lot of support from diaspora, because diaspora has a lot of connections for bringing in funding into Africa. But the problem is, who is your government? Is your government willing to receive money without kickback? And if they're receiving that money, is it going towards the project? Because that is where we got lost. You want funding for the road. I feel so sad for a team that I met, and I'm sorry that I'm naming names, but I think you need to see the actual picture. Usahihi, I'm sure some of you have heard of Usahihi, and Usahihi is two American fellas. One was a former Kenyan ambassador, and they're very keen on doing the road, the dual carriageway, is it? From Nairobi to Mombasa. And unfortunately, they did everything. The survey, the due diligence, the what, everything. And all they're looking for was $3 million to start off. And after they did everything, and all they were waiting to do is groundbreaking, the government threw them out. And they're really struggling to get back into a project they've really invested in. And this is why I'm saying we need to know who our government is. And I'm not saying the president. You know, president has people under him. These people under him, are they willing to receive funding? And in what style? And in what scale? Because that is where we go wrong. And then we miss out on amazing opportunities. And I can tell you for a fact, I wish I knew someone was coming into Kenya today, because she just landed today. And she's been bringing quite a lot of innovative projects into Kenya from the Netherlands. I think this would have been a perfect meeting for her. And you could have heard from her the challenges she's had. Because every time you try to bring in funding, there's a roadblock, and a major, major roadblock. So at the moment, we've worked at partnerships, and Kenya has not been very open to partnerships, but we've had quite a number of other African countries that are working with us directly. And I'm still finding ways to bring money into Kenya directly to private projects, because at the ticket size that we do, most of the private projects have not brought projects to that level yet. Very few people have. Like, you see, I'm giving you an example of Mrs. Jordan, who's an American. You'd expect the son would give her money, right? But she still has to do projects and look for funding. And this is an American in Kenya, and she's looking for funding and getting funding for a project. But there are Kenyans here who have amazing, innovative ideas, but they're not bringing them up. Or they're scaling them down because they're very shy of asking for huge amounts of money. We've reached a level in this continent that we should be comfortable with money. You know, we were brought up, thank you. We were brought up, most of us, to be very have no relationship with money, really. You knew that all the money in the house was for dad or mom. You're not taught how to save young enough. And maybe I'm not speaking to everyone, but most of us must have gone through that. And for that reason, when you hear, I remember one person, a very educated person, I respect him, a good friend of mine, works for the United Nations. And when he had $1 billion, he said, no, Duty, that's more than salary of all of us at the UN. How are you giving that money to a country? But how many projects do we have in Kenya that are over $1 billion? Huh? And most of them, except I had Buddy, the CS for Finance, speak about the SGR. And he said, oh, it's collateral, they put down, and this money has no impact on us. We're not paying any loan. Which is surprising, because why are we paying toll money? So where's that money going to? And this is why I repeat again, you need to know your government. And I know my topic was to be on trade, and why I keep poking the government. My topic was to be on trade and how investment to counties. And I can tell you for a fact, as I've mentioned, Taita Taveta came to us, and we've met with the governor quite a few times with the proposal of the $2 billion. Every county can put down their projects and ensure that they receive money directly, so that the money they receive from government becomes subsidized. Sorry, maybe my time is up.
We still, do we have the other mic? It's still there.
Testing.
Hello. Okay. Sorry for that. So many, because I was speaking about, can you hear me? Oh, cool. So because I was to speak on how best we can assist counties, this is why I'm touching on this. If counties can come together, come up with project proposals for the investments that are going to benefit the county people. Because each county, imagine if each county was well developed, good roads, good housing systems, everything is good, hospitals. Would people really come to Nairobi? Everyone would want to work in a county where they're comfortable, right? And everything is running, systems are running, electricity is okay. There's water in your taps, in the house. The only issue we have is we don't have proper, and I keep repeating this, we don't have proper structures for requesting for funding. But Mr. Mwadime, the governor, has really done a good job at that. He got specialists from South Africa and us together, and we discussed, and he put together all his projects. And if that works out, how amazing will it be? Because imagine a county that only receives the money from government for subsidy to pay salaries and do, basic things. But everything else has been done in the government, on the county government, sorry. So we need to work at that. Sorry, I digress. And I'm happy to be here. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for our ministerial ambassador, our investment ambassador from Denmark, who still wants to say something more. No, that's fine for the time being. I think she's given us adequate information for the time being. Let's give her a round of applause. We are so fortunate to have so many talented and professional Kenyans working in the diaspora. Unfortunately, they're working in silos, it seems, and we want now to integrate this knowledge, this network that we know is there back into the development of our country. But she has highlighted the opportunities that are there, but she's also highlighted some of the challenges. Mr. Otieno, are you here? Because some of these challenges pertain to government, and if you have an ear close to those in the executive, perhaps the issue of political premium is what really is impacting on this country, because each forum we attend, we hear the difficulties of money transfer, especially when it relates to FDIs. FDIs pose a number of constraints, get foreign direct investment tailored for bankable projects often creates a problem. We have a whole regime of anti-money laundering laws which have been brought in recent times, and it's usually employed as a fetter to control the flow of resources from the West and elsewhere to fund projects in this country. So I think that's one of the main takeaways we have seen. The second takeaway, the energy to work with the counties is there. We're happy that Taita Taveta is one of the counties that you have identified. We have done ourselves as KDA a lot of work in that county, and we're happy to know that they're being supported. So once again, you will have adequate time to ask questions, so we can probably move on to the next panel guest. Thank you. Bwana Figueira from South Africa, please. We missed you on the food security panel this morning, but you're most welcome to take the podium and join us in this discussion. Please introduce yourself and the subject matter you will talk on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name's William Tegea. I'm the current Secretary General representing the Kenyan diaspora in South Africa. And I'm very, very sorry. I wasn't able to make time a little bit earlier, but I'm glad at least better late than never. I want to talk about the food security and agribusiness because it's such a topic that touches a lot of nerve, more especially knowing the potential that we have as the diaspora community. So the big question that I'm going to be tackling is how the diaspora can power the Kenyan food security and agribusiness growth. I'll start first of all by greeting everyone, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the government officials present today, the development partners, fellow diasporians, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo nyinyi wote. It's an honor to stand here in Nairobi, the heartbeat of our nation, among Kenyans whose potential stretches far beyond borders. I bring warm greetings from the Kenyan community in South Africa, the community that actually has mastered what we call load shedding. If you all know what is load shedding, is what is called the rationalized power shedding because of you know, the incapability of the production of electricity. But besides that, we are also Kenyans that embrace our culture, and besides that, we are rooted back home. Today, I want to talk about something bigger than remittances, bigger than individual success. How the Kenyan diaspora can become an agricultural powerhouse and cornerstone of the Kenyan food security. As we like to say here, you don't cook a feast with one yam. We must combine our strength to feed the nation. Now, how is Kenyan food security a challenge? How is Kenyan food security challenge a diaspora opportunity? The statistics tell us that Kenya spends billions importing food, and yet we have very vast idle land, we have innovative youth population, strong market demand, climate smart technologies, and diaspora network with capital, skill, and global exposure. If we bring these pieces together, we can get a national opportunity disguised as a crisis. Our role as a diaspora is not just to send money home. It is to transfer knowledge, catalyze investment, and unlock agribusiness value chains. I've learned so many lessons from South Africa. My work as a financial advisor in the insurance sector as well has made me travel through every corner of South Africa, from Limpopo citrus belts to KwaZulu-Natal sugarcane fields, the maize farms in the Free State province, and the rural homeland that lies underutilized in the former South African homeland. And yet, there's something remarkable. Kenyans who have migrated to South Africa have quietly turned those former unvested homelands of the unused land that are usually under the custodian of the kings and chiefs into engines of survival and small-scale prosperity. They are now keeping cattle, planting vegetables, running backyard horticulture. They're in the production of milk, and even selling the surplus to the local markets on a land that is actually considered economically unviable. I saw a Kenyan selling maize and cabbage in a rural platform in a province of the Eastern Cape, a small town called Tentane. In fact, one Kenyan told me, William, hapa South Africa, nimegundua kila kitu ukipanda kinakuwa. So it's the same here. The experience taught me something powerful and undeniable. Where we see obstacles, Kenyans see opportunities. Where we see empty land, Kenyans see agribusiness. Where others give excuses, Kenyans give effort. This mindset is exactly what Kenya needs now in order to protect and also to move forward to agribusiness and the food security. I believe that the diaspora's strength can transform Kenya agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, the diaspora holds the four ingredients that the Kenya agribusiness sector is actually starving for. We have the capital. That means that the diaspora sends home money that is received. The diasporians send money home that is more than the money that is received from tea, coffee, or even tourism combined. If we can just redirect that 10% of that money that we remit, it can make a big change in the Kenyan food security and agribusiness, because we can unlock thousands of hectares to make production for food security. The diasporians also hold the skill and global standards. The diasporans in Kenya, they work in commercial farms outside of the country. They work in food processing plants. They have got logistic companies. They have research institutions. They have access to agri-business hubs. And these skills are priceless when they are brought back home to develop our country. When we talk about global market access, the diasporians have it all. We understand that international standards, especially for export requirements, certification, packaging, and branding, we know that the world wants what we can produce. And therefore, it's time for us to, encourage the diasporian community to come back and invest. We also have exposure to working agriculture models. From South Africa, commercial farming system, agro cooperatives, commodity marketing, boards and value chains, they have seen, we have seen what works and what can be adapted for Kenya. As the late President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta said, our children may learn about heroes of the past. Our task is to make ourselves the architect of the future. Now, what can Kenya adapt from the model that we have seen in the South African landscape? through my travels, I observed the Kenyan system can replicate large-scale cooperative farming. Just to mention, when people migrate, sometimes you find a group of 5, 10, or 20 people. They join hands together because of fear of something happening to them. But as time progresses, the resources they pull together becomes more. Sometimes it is locked in banking system that does not actually assist them. And therefore, if we can unlock the integration of the small farmers, big calf chains in South Africa, even small-scale producers supply natural supermarkets, why not here in Kenya? We can also use the idle land under traditional authorities. Kenya has similar land in Coast, Eastern Province, Rift Valley, Northern Cape, and Western. We also have diaspora-led land transformation. Kenyans in SA turned idle hectares of land into productive units, which is a model that we can actually replicate here. So the big question is, here is a roadmap that can establish the diaspora-owned agribusiness cooperative, pooling funds, meaning low risk and high impact. In conclusion, I would say that I stand here representing KEDASA, but in reality I stand here representing the broader community that has vast wealth that they would love to come and invest here in Kenya. And we would love maybe the authorities to make it more viable and more trustworthy for the diasporians to come and bring the resources they already possessed. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Makofi. Makofi, let's give him a round of applause for enlightening us on the operations undertaken by KEDASA, that's Kenya Diaspora in South Africa. So thank you, William Thegea. You made some very interesting points there, and we can draw, as you say, the networks that presented by the diaspora community is something that we can leverage on, and we will think about it. I'm sure out there are many questions that will be asked later on as we come to the open forum for questions and answers. And more interestingly, which aligns with the current theme of this forum, is adoption of the large-scale cooperative farming system. Yes, we thank you for that. I think when I came to Kenya, those many, many years ago, we had that business model in place. Unfortunately, it was dismembered back in the 80s. I think there was a commissioner called Alfred Bergin who went around, and I think Boy Committee is fairly, the history of Boy Committee, the coffee estate, is very well documented. I don't want to belabor the point, but you're putting us now back on the roadmap to larger scale cooperative farming, which will be a solution for our food security. So thank you for that contribution. Thank you.
Sorry, your name, sir? Godfrey Sang of? Bandung with Peter.
Next on the podium, we'd like to invite Mr. Godfrey Sang of an organization that is well known to us, which is involved in reparations and profiling historic injustices. So let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Peter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Godfrey Sang, and I'm here standing on my own behalf and on behalf of George Peter Hebert of Bandung, Africa. I'm a historian, a researcher and a writer, and I've lately been involved in matters of restitution and reparations. We had a very interesting relationship with the global north as Africans from the Berlin Conference in 1884. They came, redrew our borders and everything, and came, the colonial story, something that's not new to all of us. But there's something that they did over that period. They started taking off certain aspects of our culture. They took very important things that that with hindsight are not only valuable, but they're culturally significant to us as Africans. The Germans have 1,300 skulls held in just one university, University of Göttingen, which we will be looking at in like a minute. Now they did all this for all manner of reasons. Some of them science, a pseudoscience of trying to understand whether an African is actually a human being, and all these kind of things. And it spawned many things, pseudosciences that came after that. Now Göttingen has realized that Africans are human beings, I think. And so they want to bring back some of those skulls that they've held for a while. Unfortunately, they don't have this kind of what we're saying is the legal framework of restitution. They do not have the proper method of repatriating some of these human remains. And human remains are only one aspect of some of the things that they took. They took cultural artifacts from us. The British Museum, for instance, has 8 million items on display. There's one item there, and if you've been to the British Museum, you know about the sarcophagus of King Tut. It's the most valuable piece that they're holding in there. Now, this is an organization that has a revenue of about £1 billion every year. Now, supposing that item was here in Africa, so the people who beat the path, the first thing when they go to London, they want to see that particular item. So how does this item support the British economy? Of course, there's tourism, that's the hotels that have been booked and all these things that are going there. And none of that revenue is coming back to Africa. It rightly belongs to us. We should hold those things. Museum artifacts that are held, the 2,500 artifacts that are held at the British Museum from Kenya alone. Okay, from Africa about 114,000. Yeah, and we're saying that it's time that these things came back. That's the aspect about restitution. About reparations, and of course, in the interest of time, back then in 2013, the Caribbean heads of states came around and discussed a very important item. And they came up with what they call the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Now, they centered it around 4 things: genocide, slavery, slave trading, and racial apartheid. Yeah, and these are things that affect Africa to this day. If you were a part of the conversations around roads must fall, there are structural things that still prevent Africa from realizing its true potential. Why? Because we're still hurting because of the past. The things that the people of the global north, I don't want to bring race into this argument. People of the global north came to this continent and hurt us deeply. We can't move on. We're trying to, but there's a glass ceiling that is out there. And this has a multiplier effect when you look at how these boat people that are discovered in the in the Mediterranean, floating around, and people trying to enter Europe illegally. All of these are a part of a legacy that was brought about by this situation. So what are we going to do about this? So learning from this, the African Union actually picked up the whole idea of reparations. And I'll give you a very quick case of the county where I come from, that is Nandi. Nandi were officially in a state of war between the British and the Nandi between 1895 and 1906. Now, in this time, a lot of artifacts were inveigled back to England, held in my former school. Pitt Rivers University, which belongs to the University of Oxford, about 45 artifacts that were brought in during this particular time. Our best efforts to return these things have reached, what you can say, dead ends. They are legal. So these people take your things and they make it hard for you to take them back. So I've always said that these museums are crime scenes, and the thief comes, takes the stuff from you, then makes it hard for you to get it back, and tells you. So I talk to them and say that some of these things are spoils of war. The things that you took during a period of war should be brought back. There are revenues that these guys are earning because of the artifacts that should rightfully be here with us. Then on top of that, what did you do when you're in this country? The British did a lot of things, and they airbrushed these out of our imaginations. The thing that comes out very clearly is the Mau Mau situation. So they gave us 19.9 million in 2013 in the hope that it would bring closure to the many years of these. But that's just one aspect of this. There's a displacement of communities that happened across the country. There is Kisi who are crying about the skull of Otenyo, which was put back to England or somewhere there. The Koitalel skull is also somewhere in England. So why can't we have this kind of discussions? And of course, this is where organizations like Bandung Africa are coming in to discuss these matters. There's a lot more. We can take this offline, and in the interest of time, I have to end it there, and I will welcome questions when the time is right. Thank you so much.
One round of applause for Bwana Sang. For those of us who have been exposed a bit to Bandung organization, we know a little bit about the history. It was the first conference which took place in Indonesia in 1955 after the Pan-African Conference in London in 1946. And significantly, where the conference in London was where the future Pan-African leaders participated, including Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and the other Caribbean and African leaders. That conference, for those of us who want just a little bit of information, was funded by no other than Dr. Raz McConnell, whose son is here with us in the podium today. Yeah, please, stand, thank you, give a wave to the crowd. His father hailed from the Caribbean and he came from the middle class. He established himself as a businessman in Manchester with 4 restaurants and 2 hotels, and he was able to ensure that the funding of the new leaders, that they had a place to meet, they had a place to commune, and they had a place to get gainful employment during that time. He later went to Ghana and eventually came to live in Nairobi, Kenya, where he mentored some of us. I think Bonnie Kinuzia, you may have met Dr. McConnell whilst he was alive. Eventually passed on in 1984, and he was given a state funeral by the Organization of African Unity. So Bandung, you have very good origins, you have very good people guiding you. We know Judge Peter Herbert, and I'm glad to know that he sent you, so we can see another face to the organization. So thank you for your contribution on restitution and reparations, which we will come to discuss at length but later on. Our ambassador from Serbia, please come. Can you give an applause? This is Wazee wa Kazi, Mzee Kumbuka. He knows, he's part of us, and he's an exemplary part of us that carries a very, very good history of the Kenyan diaspora. Please introduce yourself and speak on the topic that's been assigned to you.
Thank you.
Asante sana, thank you so much. I'm a bit confused, manake, no, not yet. Sorry, I was informed I was to present my program in the afternoon, so I prepared myself for that afternoon. There's also some music because I'm doing peace. So since we are going, I think the afternoon will be okay also, so that I can shorten whatever here. I just give some introduction. My full name, Stephen Hannington Jungo Chokwe. They call me Alulu because I'm a musician, among other things. There's a song called Alulu which was very popular in 80s, 90s. So it is called Alulu maybe, so they call me Alulu. And the thing is that I was taken to Europe at a very early age, at the age of 15, in 1965. And the place that I went to, I didn't even know that the country exists. By that time, was called Yugoslavia. And you people, you have heard of Yugoslavia. Then after that, you know about Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, and all that. Me, I grew up there. And what I want to tell you for the introduction, because I will be introducing my peace program a bit later, is that I witnessed Yugoslavia grow immediately after the war, the Second World War. That was, it ended in 1945, but I went there in 1965. And that country was growing rapidly. It was one of the best in the world. Those older people, they must know about Yugoslavia, Tito, non-aligned movement. And I saw it grow to be one of the best in the world. And what is important, I saw it being brought down into pieces. It was taken down to the dogs up to today, because there's no more Yugoslavia by bad politics. By, let me say, I give myself freedom to say stupidity. Because the life that we used to have there compared to what they have today, you cannot even compare. Why am I saying this? Because we have to work on a peace program in a way that we say prevention is better than cure. Kenya was coming nearly to that of Yugoslavia 2007. We were stopped somewhere in the middle. But if it was not the international community, we could have gone the way Yugoslavia. So I'm very glad, I'm very happy about this diaspora thing, because I can see there's a lot of goodwill, there's a lot of knowledge compared to the political side of how people work in politics. Because if it was not for politicians, Yugoslavia could be still there. If it was not for politics and bad politics, 2007 could not be there. And believe you not, believe you me, it is very, very possible to go back to 2007, even worse.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I know we're looking forward to a musical interlude this afternoon, where most of that will be put to a musical genre, which is well known to you. So thank you. Thank you, Bwana Chukwe. We will hear from you later on. So Mr. Peter Wairege, can I invite you to the podium, please, to join us? Kindly.
Thank you. Greetings. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Asanteni. My name is Peter Wairegi. I don't want to stand between you and lunch, so I'll be brief. Dr. Shem and I are good friends. I lived in the US for 42 years before coming back to Kenya. I actually left Kenya in 78. 78, I went to US for schooling. I stayed there, instead of 4 years, I stayed for 42. So you can see my counting was off. In 2012, 2011, we were very much involved with Shem in terms of this diaspora networking. And as I was retiring in Kenya, I found some new usage here in Nairobi. So, and I returned back to Kenya. So my topic today was how diaspora can impact and participate in inclusive growth and sustainable development. I'm a good example of how diaspora can actually make an impact in this country, despite our challenges with the current setup. I remember J.F. Kennedy said, think not or say not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I think, Dr. Shem, that's what we need to be asking a question, not despite the shortcoming of our setup in government, what can we do ourselves? Let me give you a quick antidote. If other diasporans have made such a big impact from their motherland, why not us? Quick example, Israel, Italy, India. I was mentioning to a group that I spoke to, and I mentioned to them that in the US, the Jewish community are less than 3% of the population. Yet they control probably 60% of the wealth distribution in the US. How did they do that? Asians the same. I was being told by one of my friends who is a Jewish lawyer that money among themselves exchange hands many times. But here when Dr. Shem and I share 1,000 shillings, it'll be 20 years before we see it again because it's gone to other hands. So those networking, they say your network is your net worth. We have not been able to brace those networks. But yet, we can learn from those other diaspora teams, the Indians, the Italians. When I was in the US, I not buy a suit. I was told, buy a good Italian suit. Okay? And so what I'm suggesting, therefore, we as Kenyans, as we invest back home, as we look at opportunities here, let's make that impact because we are capable. We have the resources. Many of us have the knowledge. I can see among notable, very well-educated, well-to-do, connected individuals. And if your connection is as great as we are saying, then let's use it to actually build an impact in this country. Today, I was driving here with my colleague, and I saw 3,836 graduates here, right, as you are driving here today from Nairobi University. Can you assure me that those graduates will be absorbed in the Kenyan economy or in the employment market here? Probably not. If I give you the statistics who graduated from USIU, KCA, all those other universities, it's a big number. We have to change the way we think about education and employment. Because it's not going to, it's no longer, Daktari, go to school, get your degree and you get a job. That is not going to work anymore. So we must be innovative. So one of the things I had some of the individuals say here, that we in the diaspora must bring innovations, different way of doing businesses. When I returned to Kenya, I was very quick to condemn the kiosks, that they are really littering, they are nuisance. Until I understood they are the subterranean economy. When I was doing my master's, I understood what subterranean economy is. Sometimes it's stronger than the real economy. The money that exchanges hand in, what the president said, Mitumba. What is it called? Gekomba. The amount of cash exchanging hand in Gekomba is more than exchanges hand at your bank, at your KCB bank. So how do we support those subterranean economies so we can grow this country? And most importantly, how can we uplift our people? Because one of the advantages of us being exposed and being in all those countries is really how can we help our country and our citizens become better than they are. Because that's a sign of leadership. Leadership is making other people better than you. It's not you just standing here and giving instructions. That is not leadership. It's who have you impacted? Who have you helped? Which economy have you helped to grow? And it's interesting that the opportunities in this country, Dr. Shem, is amazing. We are not manufacturing. We are not producing anything. Some of the examples, when I came here, a lot of the franchises you are seeing now are not here. So there are many of you who have now brought this franchise setup in Kenya, and it's working. We need to expand it. So the point I'm making, the opportunities are there. We have the knowledge and the capacity. despite all these transmission, sending money here challenges and how the money should be invested, yesterday, one of my general manager from KPRA mentioned to you what we are doing about funding, digital funding, tokenizing funding. In the US, they were calling it secondary market. I had a mortgage company there for 25 years, and I got money, a lot of money from Fannie Mae, Freddie, and Ginnie Mae. And the Americans enjoy the American dream. How are we helping the Kenyans enjoy the Kenyan dream? Because I would think that any Kenyan is very much like any American and want to have a fulfilled life, have a place, a nice, decent housing. But yet, those still look very far for our people. Let's use this forum, let's use our knowledge, our impact to make a change, add value, make a difference, and serve our people here in this country. Asanteni, my name again is Peter Wairegi. I am a leader here in the church. I'm a chairman of one of the churches. I'm also now in the board of Hekima University. I was an advisor to KCA University when Professor Midamba was there. So I found my footing besides playing golf. Besides looking time for golf, I do get involved in many. I'm also in the board of NITA. NITA is the National Industrial Training. We are trying to see how we can help the workers, our masons, our plumbers become certified. Because they cannot be the same as one in the UK or US. Because most of our masons and plumbers are very good. They may not have a degree. Even this place you are seated now here, I assure you, the person who did this ceiling is not a university graduate. So how do we certify them so that we can even continue to create employment for them? So we have a lot of opportunities. Be strong, invest in Kenya, and let's work together. Asanteni, God bless.
Thank you very much. Bwana Wairegi, you gave us some wonderful pearls of wisdom there. I think important lesson we learned from there is that your network is your network. Can we repeat that? Your network is your network. Believe you me, and that's why we're here together, to network, to improve our net worth. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have the next on the panel is someone who's very close to us. He's a brother who works as a trustee of KDA. And Mr. President, you know who you are. Bwana Gishani Muraguri is he in the room? Yes, he is. Give him a round of applause as we invite him to the podium. He will be speaking on diaspora voting and representation. Yeah, for 5 minutes. I hope you're prepared. Where I come from in the Caribbean, they say you don't force ripe the fruit. You allow it to ripen naturally. And I know you've ripened because you waited patiently for 3 days to have your say on this podium. Welcome, Gishani. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gishane Muraguri, diaspora lobbyist, veteran. I was a diaspora in US and Canada, then I've returned. So I'm a returee, happily not a refugee. We've been at this journey of the diaspora for quite a while. In fact, we just celebrated 20 years because our journey started in 2004 when we were lobbying at Bomas when we participated in writing the new constitution. And in there, we got our first major gain for dual citizenship, which the Kenyans in the diaspora are enjoying right now. We didn't stop there. Soon after that, we felt that there was need for a structured way of dealing with the government, especially in realizing that everything that we are talking about, the government has a hand in it, and we have to engage constructively with the government to get things to happen. and that brought about the formation of KDA, Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Then I was representing Kenya Community Abroad, registered in Washington, D.C. We were the first diaspora organization to join the alliance with the New Vision from Juba, and myself and Dr. Shem here are first signatories, founding signatories to the alliance, and it's been 20 good years of lobbying, and we've had very many take-homes. Started with a small desk at Foreign Affairs, the diaspora desk, now grown to a whole state department of diaspora affairs. This conference here on its 12th year is testimony to that resilience in lobbying for diaspora interests, and it has expanded from the basic call for our rights to investment, integrating the diaspora into the Kenyan economy, and these engagements, especially with businesses, has been very successful so far. To talk about the voting rights, call them political rights for Kenyans in the diaspora, that is both voting and representation. Just to deal with the numbers, if you allow me, just a second, I open these. To start with, I believe, and it was confirmed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Diaspora Affairs, that now the estimated number of Kenyans living in the diaspora is 5 million. That is a huge number. If you consider the diaspora, as we call it, the 48th county, then we can say that it could be one of the biggest counties, if not the biggest. And one unique thing about Kenyans in the diaspora is that most of them, maybe way over 90% of them, are adults, because they're Kenyans who've gone there in their adult or they finished school and stay. Although there's another huge number of the second generation diaspora, which is not very well accounted for, because some have that other citizenship and have not gotten the dual citizenship. The children are also getting many. They could be almost 2 million. So that's a very huge number for a county. So when you talk of voting, then we're saying almost all those are eligible to vote. Almost another 4 to 5 million Kenyans eligible to vote. So when they're not voting, it's a big disservice to Kenyan citizens, because it's a right, it's a fundamental right. Your political rights, our political rights are fundamental. So when they're not voting, there's something not right. Now, it's been 15 years since we promulgated the new constitution in 2010. To date, the actual number of Kenyans in diaspora who have been registered, as per a communication we got from IEBC in writing about 2 months ago, is 17,043. 17,043 out of 5 million is 0.34%. The Constitution of Kenya says that there should be progressive realization of the political rights of Kenyans in the diaspora. So a big question is 0.34, less than 0.5% in 15 years, progressive? IBC, it's a question for IBC. Is that a progressive pace? It boils down to registration of 1,000 Kenyans in the diaspora a year. That is very, very unfortunate. That is denial of basic rights of Kenyans in the diaspora, their right to vote. And in a bigger picture, the right, be enjoying your rights as a citizen motivates you more to be a better citizen, in the sense that you belong. This is my country. I'm even allowed to vote. I even get the opportunity to register as a voter. Your motivation to own this country is greater. So we're saying if these people could be registered and they feel they are participating, they're even more likely to bring more, if remittances is a measure of loyalty to our country, then a person who enjoys the full rights of their citizenship are more likely to participate. So because of realizing that slow pace of the government, back in 2012, Dr. Shem Oshodo here and myself and New Vision actually took IEBC to court. And they told us, take us to court. They dared us to take them to court, because they felt they were tied by the law. We did so, and the court ruled in favor of us that they have not progressively realized our right to vote by registering us in big numbers. And it went further to the Court of Appeal. They appealed the decision. The Court of Appeal affirmed the lower court. They appealed further to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court affirmed us that it has actually taken longer than necessary, and there were instructions that the IEBC files a report every year on that progressive registration and realization of the diaspora rights. Unfortunately, I believe they're in contempt of the Supreme Court ruling, because they have not been doing that every year. Last but not least, I can't fail to talk about representation. When we talk about 5 million Kenyans abroad with no representation, definitely the ministry is not a representative. It is not in the legislature, so it is executive. So the ministry does not represent Kenyans in the diaspora. We would like somebody in the parliament or in the Senate asking the ministry, why isn't this not happening? Asking IEBC, why isn't the registration not happening? So we are talking of the delimitation of boundaries. IEBC has that mandate. It has not happened. It should happen every 10 years. If we miss this year, that means it will take a quarter century before it happens again. So we are pushing for that. And we call for electoral review, the laws that stop us from doing this. Let me let go over there. We contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you have a seat here, or bring the seat to the podium for you? Thank you very much. Very enlightening, and as it was mentioned by our brothers from Ethiopia this morning, the diaspora is a quotient affair, because the power of the diaspora, the ability to mobilize resources, intellectual resources, economic and financial resources, is a threat to the ruling elite in many countries where you have, and you've heard it from our president, Mr. Gishani. Only 0.34% of Kenyans who are eligible for voting have been registered with the IEBC. Yeah, so that is a cause for concern. This issue came up at a recent function, the Henrik Stiflin function, which we had at another forum. And fortunately, in the House was the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and we, of course, the question of diaspora mapping was posed and mentioned at the forum, and the response was, it is budgeted for annually every year, but it thereafter gets cancelled as a result. So there's some political overtones here, and we want to encourage both Dr. Shem and our President Bonagishani to continue the pressure to have proper representation of diaspora within the voting regime. So thank you very much, and we will come back to you for further questions as we open the floor. I'd like to finally invite the King to join us. The King Meredith is here with us, and we are honored to have him. He is now becoming a regular visitor. We will have to award him with something to say thank you, but just your words right now of encouragement and reception is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, great seeing the turnout. This is my second year participating, and the other day your chairman mentioned that Ghana was ahead of him at your diaspora, and I corrected him. It's like, in my opinion, as a matter of fact, they have their gathering next week, and one of the differences that I see is how you perceive diaspora. They're having an awards ceremony. The requirement for being considered or nominated is being a Ghanaian citizen. So the perspective of the power of the diaspora that they're looking from is very narrow and limited. The global African diaspora is super powerful. And as we unify and understand that, instead of being so insular and just nurturing your own, that's what I see here. You guys are global in your perspective. It's a very powerful thing. Yesterday we were talking about artisanal mining. One of the reasons that the dominant order on this planet is so far ahead, there's information that they have that they've been keeping from us. Some of it they got from us in the first place and then covered it up. I was talking with the brother here and the head of your mining situation. There's an instrument called NI 43101. It's a geological document that identifies how much is under the ground, what its value is. In the old days, meaning in the last decades, it was a very expensive and laborious process. Digging, sampling different places. But with the advancement of technology, now they can do it. It used to take maybe 8 months or longer, cost at least $500,000. And now you can do it from satellite, from drones, and every element in the periodic table has a specific frequency. So they can tell exactly which minerals are underneath, how much is there. So let's say this document validates that what you have under the ground is $1 billion. Having this document is a financial instrument. You can leverage it. So instead of digging up your gold, you put it on a trading platform. That $1 billion, they'll take 200 million of that and start working it, and it kicks out money every week for 8 months, or some people have a longer period. That money does not have to be paid back. So instead of digging up your resource, it can stay right there, and you can leverage that document to get the money to develop. And more people are starting to understand that. But that's how the Rothschilds and all of them have been gaining so much money over time. So sharing information, write that down and go study it, those who are in mining, because it will extremely accelerate your ability to develop your country. So thank you.
Wow, that's very interesting. Do we have anyone here today from the mining department? We knew historically that the records of African minerals are kept as far as the colonial powers pertaining, the British colonial powers, which conquered several places in the world, including Kenya. We knew their records were being kept in the British Museum. Yes, and from time to time, we're told that this mineral exists there, that mineral exists, or we're discovering. Like in recent time, the gold mines of Ikolomani was discovered. But when the history is written, it will be told that the British were there some years before the Second World War, and they were exploiting this huge amount of gold deposits for their own benefit. And as upon leaving, they habitated the area with settlements. Yep. So basically, that's the problem we're facing now. We have people living in the areas where the traditional, where the gold was mined traditionally, and who are claiming naturally what is theirs. So we also have learned from here now that there's another way that we can actually do, is it remote sensing of our deposits? Yeah, and then the document, I think you mentioned a document that can confirm the quantum deposits there is NI. 43101. Have you got that? 43101. So when you go to the next mining conference, you have something substantive to mention to our policymakers. So, the King, thank you very much. That was a very worthwhile information. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I know it's approaching lunch hour, but I know there are also some burning questions that I'm going to open to the floor. Let's have questions from the floor to the different panelists here. And don't be shy. Look, this is a very resourceful panel, like others who have sat here before. Please, perhaps I can provoke you. We can start off with our wonderful Kenyan, the lady, Doti, yes, from the Nordic Global Investment Foundation. That's where she's from. So if there are any investors in the room, people with serious project, you know, we're not talking about 1 acre or this or SME. This lady is substantial. She's talking about millions. She's saying, now come to me and look at me. Am I not worth millions? Look at her, please. Yes, she's worth billions, not millions. She has opened the door for Kenyans now to have their projects funded. And she has already faced a number of challenges, and she has found a way to engage with the county, with Taita Taveta County, and we hope in the fullness of time we will have a session in Taita Taveta to see where these funds have been domiciled. So please, is there, we see Ms. Otieno, you're here? Hey, you are. She had a concern which we tried to raise, which is the issue of accessibility of foreign direct investment and the barriers that are being posed, including the requirement for the political premium before the funds can get approval. Would you like to, probably, I'm being directed by the chair that this question can come later. Do we push on with one or two comments? Any other comments we have there? Yeah, please.
I am hoping that we'll have an actionable from Yalapatoa in terms of way forward. Take a few points. What consensus have we come up with? What are some of the points? Maybe when we meet again, we'll see how much we have accomplished. But it's always good to have a basic foundation of what we are looking, what are our expectations. So, and actionable. So I'm hoping that whoever Yalapatoa is will give us some way forward. Some of the projects, some of the things we need to concentrate on, including working on our government in terms of professionalism and getting some leeways in terms of investment and bringing new innovative funding like the one we are doing on Noma Chain, on tokenization of mortgage real estate.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the wonderful comments and interventions. So, Shakespeare, you find, where are you? Please, you have 2 minutes to have your say. Yes, please, introduce yourself.
Yeah, habari yenu. Mi pia niko salama. I'm called Shakespeare Onyango Ariri. Dr. Shem was my teacher when I was in Form 1, so you can imagine. He was teaching me maths. So, Doctor, you did a good job. I'm here as your evidence. I'm called Shakespeare Nyangarewe. I'm a social entrepreneur working with Greening Kenya Initiative Trust. Greening Kenya Initiative Trust is a government program anchored under the National Treasury Climate Finance and Green Economy Unit. And our mandate at Greening Kenya Initiative Trust is to catalyze climate finance access. Nani hataki pesa? Huh? Everybody wants money, si ni kweli? So, in Kenya today, we have evidence that climate finance have arrived. And climate finance which has arrived, climate finance we normally compare it to a slay queen. You know a slay queen? Yes. Yule demachano nuanga plot na kona gari yake alafu na mkatia na unataka kumnunulia chipo ya mwitu. Hautamuwahi. So you can't access climate finance until you go to the due diligence. You do the due diligence. And the first due diligence, and this is where we want you diasporans, kindly. We have 1,450 wards in Kenya. And they have been told, these wards, that they make a small committee called Ward Climate Change Planning Committee. Then they have been told again that for you to access this available climate finance, and this financial year we have 11.5 billion. Kindly, msiwache ile pesa tuende tusome kwa gazeti ati nani alishikwa na kajijenga nyumba na katolewa pale. So, if you as diasporians can come and help us, give those wards bankable climate action plan, not proposal, action plan. Then our wards will access that money and we can, and remember you people always bring money home. So that your money you are bringing home, we are calling it co-financing. So usilete through back door. Just bring it through the main gate, pale kwenyu, so that at the end of the day, we can have enough co-financing for our wards. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He's a good man to know. When you go to a stakeholders forum for NEMA, it's better to have him on your side. If he's not on your side, you lock him up in the local prison. He's very vocal in the police cell. Thank you very much. So let's take this opportunity to welcome the Global Chair as we prepare to go to lunch. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
A round of applause to Sir Errol. Thank you, much appreciated. As the panel move over the other side to take the photo for the panelists, please, the cameramen and women, please, a round of applause for the panelists again. Thank you. Please, just move over there and take the photo. Okay, as that happens, allow me just to recognize some guests in our midst. I know we have several, and we are coming back. Remember, this is meant to be what in English they call teaser. In Swahili, we call it kionjo. In our midst, I think we have a team that just got into town. They'll tell us whether it's from Seattle or from where. But Alan Jorog, is Alan in the house? Stand up, a round of applause. Alan will be telling us more about his AI company. Really appreciate it. There is Mike Kinywa, also a farmer in the house. Is Mike in the house or is step? Just stand up. A round of applause. Thank you. This is part of a team. I know being driven out of Dallas, Texas, as part of Feeding Africa by Africans. A round of applause to them. We'll be hearing more of that. We also have Wakesho in the house. Just stand up. Travers. A round of applause. In the afternoon, she probably will be telling us, has facilitated, been able to get a number of African Americans, people of color, to get back home. And then we have Kimberly Poole, I think just landed in. She spoke to us yesterday virtually. Kimberly, just stand up. A round of applause to Kim. Thank you. Quite a bit that we'll be sharing together. Once more, we have the head of delegation from the team from Ethiopia. Ambassador, just stand up with Captain, my counterpart from Ethiopia. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Last but not least, as we take a break, serikali ndiyo mambo yote. Just to give you comfort that Kenya's head of state, his advisor on matters of cooperatives, is with us here, has been with us from the first day, a true friend of diasporas, a true friend of the cooperative sector. Stephen Otieno, just stand up a little bit, Steve. We give him a round of applause. Thank you, much appreciated. And a number of diaspora leaders, community leaders, who will be coming back to listen. And Mr. President, I know this guy is running for a seat state. Emeka, just stand up for Texas. A round of applause. Yes. So you never know. Probably next time we'll be talking to the state senator from that great state. So we'll be taking a short break. I think if we can keep lunch to 30-45 minutes, because the most important part is coming now, when we are going to make the recommendations. How do we actualize? There's still many people we want to talk to, hear from, in terms of how do we vanquish poverty from our midst through the various, many different sectors we've been talking about from yesterday. From personalities from Australia. Yesterday we had the President, Kenya-Australia Chamber of Commerce, to other parts of the world. So, without much ado, Mr. MC, I think with permission, we'll move over orderly to have quick biting, and then we'll come back for the recommendations and resolutions. And one thing we insist on, what we try to make differently, we have lots of conferences and meetings, but we try and insist every year we review what was achieved from when we met the previous year. So we were here last year. We've been told of what's been achieved since. We started in the morning with Dr. Kiama from Botswana, has been advising government of Botswana for 27 years. We heard about safflower. And as you leave here, I want you to leave, for those who are not with us, do YouTube, Google, safflower. The people know sunflower, okay? But safflower without N, S-A-F-F, safflower. Please check it out. I have no doubt in my mind, it's the next big thing for Africa. So a round of applause once more to Dr. Kiama, who was with us here from Botswana. The Botswana president is like the champion for safflower in the continent. So as we take the break, let's stand up. We do one last one. I know we have Hindus, we have Muslims in the house. I happen to be a Christian. And there is a song. We are working on Africa Diaspora anthem. For the Christian, they know the song, May the Spirit of the Lord come down, Amen. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord, okay, down. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. Now this is where the anthem is going to be. The anthem will not sing because the specialists are working on it, but just the words you repeat after me. It says, when I pray, please repeat after me. When I pray, and you pray, and together we all pray, and the angel will come down, and Africa shall be saved. Hallelujah. Viva! Viva! If we have a Muslim in the house, I want him or her to pray for our food, then we go for lunch. A Muslim or any other faith, Orthodox, if we have in the house, can say a word, can bless the food. Any of volunteer? Right.
Good afternoon, everybody. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you. Shukran Kitir. A round of applause to him. So that's our unity in faith. So please, let's try and keep it 45 minutes. Enjoy. Bon appetit. See you.
Representing the organization, representing with a relationship with the diaspora to have an opportunity to have a say. Bon, you could pass that to the chair. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Cyril. Hello.
No.
Okay. Okay. I just want to confirm our speakers because this is our final round of making remarks. Even those who would have had 8 minutes, we'll now keep it like 5 minutes. Then we do the final round up and then close. And we have a special guest in our midst who is leaving. The good thing is that as presidential advisor, the things that we discuss will go to the decision makers, the real decision makers direct. But before I call him, I just want to recognize that our guests for this afternoon are here. I think Madam Wakesho is here. A round of applause to her. Just wave. Please come over. Thank you. Brother Emeka, please come over. A round of applause to him. I just want to be sure, if we had a speaker earlier on who would have spoken yesterday or the day before, but is now here, maybe just a show of hands. If there is any who we missed inadvertently, we wouldn't miss. I hope that we missed because they were not here when we called out, or they were here but we didn't call them out. Mr. Sabia, just come so you finalize, you do the little dance for us. A round of applause to him as he comes over. Okay. I'm hoping that there's nobody we passed. Who? Huh? Who? No, I'm coming to Kim. I'm just checking if there's anybody else we missed who would have spoken before. If not, I think these are going to, they say during weddings that forever you shall hold your peace. Okay? So, any of our partners that we may not have given an opportunity, any of our exhibitors who may not have had an opportunity to say anything? Okay. So with that, I want also to invite Madam Kimberly Pool. A round of applause to her. Please come over. Right. We'll give each of them like 5 to 8 minutes just to share their reflections as we conclude, wind up before we do our closing remark. But as we do that, I know the presidential advisor, who has been an extremely good friend of cooperatives and diaspora, has been very patient, over-patient with me. Gives Mr. Steve Otieno a round of applause to say a few words. And of course, as he does that, remember, he wears many hats. Advisor, public sector, banker, a cooperator with the Cooperative Alliance. Another round of applause for him.
Thanks a lot.
Please, the podium awaits you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Shem, and the organizers of this very worthy conference. And the participants who have actually come from far and wide. I know there are people who wanted to have a chat with me this time, but unfortunately that may not happen I know my friend from Seattle. But it's good he's still around for another few days. So I've actually given him an opportunity that he can call me and we can always meet over a cup of coffee. Emeka, it's a pity you have to travel back today. But I have to leave now, so because I felt that I needed to give you people quality time for us to be able to have some very significant engagement, you know, some very strong fellowship through which then we can be able to see what we can actually be able to do. However, my brother from Seattle will be around, and I've actually told him once we've met over the weekend, then we can have a virtual meeting with you sometimes next week, and we can be able to see how we can drive some of the thoughts that you people have. KDA, and I look at this beyond KDA because there are people here from all over. I'm seeing there are people from Nigeria. I'm seeing there's a very good team from Ethiopia. I'm seeing Somaliland. I'm seeing South Africa. Botswana, one country that I really enjoyed being there. A country with very few people. Gaborone, a city with just about 800,000 people. You know what surprised me? It's a country with a population of 2.5 million people, but they still have a military. Now I'm wondering, these guys. Whom can they fight? You know, in Haiti, there's this leader of the vigilantes called Barbecue. You know, Barbecue can run over that military in hours. So I remember I really enjoyed my stay in Gaborone and enjoying that, the billotin. Is it called billotin or what? That dried meat. Bilton. Of course, I also found it in Johannesburg. And anyway, good people, my prayer is the communique that we are going to have here should not only just speak to Kenya as a nation state, but should also speak to Africa. Because we can only transform Africa through trade. The reason why we have AFCTA. We've made very little progress in terms of realizing the ambitions or desires of AFCTA because our efforts have been so much on political action and to try to quell political activity. We've seen it here in Kenya. I'll not stop speaking about it because I'm a presidential advisor, because it happened. We saw it on the 25th of June, 2024, and we also saw it on the 25th of June this year. We've seen what happened in October in Tanzania, and for the first time a country did not celebrate its Independence Day for fear that there could be an uprising of young people. I know there are people in the room who can speak better with regard to that more than myself. My comrade here, Otieno Mbok, whom we've known each other for many years during our days of civil agitation in this country. Interestingly, I was one time, I was a Marxist, and I really stood strongly against the government of that time when I was a young university student. And Ombok is senior to me in that space. And I know he's going to speak with that regard, particularly concerning reparation. We are seeing what is happening in Uganda with Museveni being so intolerant to the efforts being towards, liberalization of Uganda. Yeah, we saw what happened in Gulu the other day, which was quite unfortunate. And I'm happy that the Catholic Church has come out very strongly to condemn that. The diaspora also need to speak to the African nations, be very brazen to them, and speak to them what is actually the truth. Speak to them why, as much as we have so many Kenyans running to about the number was about 200,000, slightly shy of that, but then remitting on a monthly basis 6,000 shillings, which, the other day I joked with Dr. Shemia that, that is money that he would just give me from his pocket, and he would give me 10,000, and actually gave me 10,000. Without traveling to Seattle, without traveling to Perth, without traveling to Tokyo. So for us to be able to have a strong voice, and I'm happy, last year there was a bit of a conflict because the State Department for Diaspora also organized a similar conference around the same time, which was a bit, in my view, unfortunate, because we need to have diaspora affairs being driven by the diaspora themselves. Many times people don't have faith in the government. That is the truth, to a large extent. In my life, I'd never worked in government until this administration. And initially, when I was poised to be a principal secretary, I was very happy. And I actually did apply based on instructions that I was given. Annoyed. And then I was called. The person who called me from State House told me, Steve, sorry, we were not able to make you PS. And you see, that time PSs had not reported. But we have a position equivalent, the same job group we'd like to give you. And I said, please, if you want to put me in a government fund, I'll not work in it. Sincerely speaking, that is some of the opinion that people have, or even me, before I actually joined the government. And I said, I'd rather become, given a role, not even an ambassador, but even an attaché in any country very far away out of this country. Ideally, I wanted to leave this country. Then I was told, okay, come to State House and be an advisor. I believe I've been able to do the best that I can. I believe that this administration has done a lot. Anything new has its own hiccups. We know the challenges that we have in health. That does not imply that this will not be fixed. This will definitely be fixed. Any new thing normally has its own challenges. Even a small baby. Managing a small baby is not that easy, isn't it? I've had many myself. Many, is more than one. And I know the challenges. The issues of affordable housing is something that is actually giving people dignity. I grew up in an estate that has just been pulled down on Jogo Road the other day. But there was no dignity in how we grew up there. Because 20 houses sharing common washrooms. And some people are not very good mannered. Today, with affordable housing, you are able to manage your own privacy by using decent washrooms, clean with water. Promotion of MSMEs. We do appreciate in this administration that 90% of people in this country are actually employed within the MSME sector. We know that the government can only recruit a certain number of people. But we do rely on people like you in the diaspora to try and provide that opportunity, with the government creating an enabling environment by you investing so that we can be able to create employment opportunities for young people. In this country, every year we release 1.3 million young people into the job market. 1.3 right from class 8, because there are those who don't go to secondary school. There are those who don't go to university. But of this population, about 3/4 of them end up in this city. But what opportunities are there in this city? They are limited. But we have a huge market that has not been exploited, which we call upon the diaspora to see how you can invest in exploiting some of these opportunities. Be it in housing, be it in garbage collection, be it in green energy. There's quite a lot that can actually be done by the diaspora in this city. Here we are talking of a city of 5 million plus. This is a population that is twice the population of Botswana. Who is this person from Botswana?
He's not here.
He's not here?
No.
Hello? He's not around?
No, he'll be back. He did the first session this morning.
It's a nice country. I wish I went there when I was young, when I still had a bit of energy. You know what I could have done. Because the people there are very nice. But unfortunately, I went when age had already caught up with me. Kama siwezi vunja mifupa. So again, when you look at issues like digital and creative economy, which is the last pillar, again, there's a lot that the diaspora can actually do. I see my son rarely leaves the house. He works on his laptop and he's always having some little money with him. How can KDA work on linking young people, or have a platform through which young people can plug into, that can connect to the West and be able to create employment opportunities that are virtual? So good people, I want to appreciate as I finish that we've done a lot, but you see, a lot is how a lot is a lot. And a lot is only significant when it touches on you. Many times I tell people value what they take home to their houses. Even if you make a road, people may not value it as much as compared to somebody whom you'll give some 500 bob to go home and buy some groceries with. They'll value the 500 more than the public road that you've actually set up. But the big thing is, as we work on transformation, and I don't know, Dr. Sam and my senior here, I'm not privy to your strategic plan. I'm not privy on how your strategic plan really positions transformation in itself, which is very critical. If it does not capture the transformative agenda, then when you are doing the midterm review, please focus very strongly on transformation. Because without transformation, and Steve Jobs believed in transformation, and transformation is painful, good people. Transformation is painful. You know, you imagine turning water into vapor. Look at that process. Is it easy? There must be fire, isn't it? So for you to transform, you must take some painful process. You must endure that pain. And thereby, good people, unfortunately, we are the ones who are actually at the stage when that transformation needs to be done. KDA, Dr. Shem, unfortunately, you may not enjoy the fruits of transformation, because by that time you shall have gone to India. You shall have gone to India into some, herbal hospital, and then you shall have been brought home. But the next generation will benefit from your efforts. I thank you, and please allow me to leave you because of another meeting. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, I'll be inviting Bob Nyangweso, KDA Chair, to help moderate this session. As he comes over, Otieno Mbo, you needed to say us a few words. Come over if you can. But I'll be passing also seeds of safflower, just so that we can touch and feel it, so that we know it's real. So you have seen them. So just safflower, the next big thing for Africa. Just pass around. In Kenya, you can get them.
Right.
This one, as I said, you can't get because government has bought them all, is giving farmers for free to plant. As that happens, Alan, with permission of the moderator, I may give you a few minutes. If we can keep this now to 5 minutes, maybe per panelist. Of course, rather than ask questions, it may be better you give them an opportunity to say whatever they may want to say. That may be better, I think, so that we make the most out of them. The people may not be able to meet every day, but yeah, please, as that happens, the committee members in the House, can you just stand up, those who made this possible? All committee members, stand up, all committee members, so that we give them a round of applause. All committee members, Samuel, Arnold, everybody, just stand up so that we acknowledge you. A round of applause to them. Some of them are shy, they don't want to stand up. So I want to hand over to Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ochuodo, for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. Of course, I'm very happy to welcome you to this event, this afternoon session. I just want to verify that we have everybody on the podium. Emeka Eluka, Alan Jeroge AI Company. I'll give you a moment to say a word.
Ken Bright.
And Ken Bright. Is Mike Kinywa here? Okay, yeah. Yes. And Kim, I see you on the panel. Wakesho, and of course Steve Otieno. So it's a great honor to stand before you today as chairman of KDA Global USA. You know,
our gathering here in Nairobi is not just a meeting of minds. It's a celebration of what the Kenyan diaspora can achieve when we unite. Our skills, our resources, and vision for the advancement of our country is at highest point now. So today I just want to mention that how Kenyans or Africans in the US can take advantage of US and global development programs to support Kenya's growth despite the changing funding landscape. As you know, in the last few years, a lot of funding companies have been cut off. So the challenge is clear. So Kenya, like many developing countries, cannot rely solely on traditional US foreign aid as it once did, but the opportunity is just as real. We, the diaspora, can step in the bridge. As the US government steps out, we can step in the gap. And then that way we can ensure development continues, just not only in Kenya, but also in other African countries. So the best way to do that is, of course, we must organize and mobilize, and that's why we have KDA Global USA, and of course KDA. That way, by doing that, we have ways of doing that. We can partner with US universities and foundations to replace the funding that has been cut off by the US president. We can engage in bilateral programs and private funding. And that's what I'll mention a little bit as GIZ is doing in Europe. But of course, we can only do this by demonstrating scale. You know, we can do something that whenever we go to these funders, they can see what we have done. So what I can say is, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us as diaspora to move beyond just remittances, sending money here, and token support. We must engage strategically, invest responsibly, and lead in partnerships with the Kenyan government and private sector. That's the only way we can achieve this new level, to bridge the gap that has been taken away. So just with those few remarks, I believe we can strengthen the healthcare system. We can build sustainable housing and renewable resource energy. We can empower youth and support inclusive education. We can ensure that vulnerable population, including children and persons with disability, are not left behind. So we're no longer just beneficiaries of development aid. We are partners, and as I said before, we are innovators, and also we are catalysts for change. So because of that, I just want to give a moment to Alan Njoroge before I invite the panelists to say a word. So just come and introduce yourself for a minute, and then we'll go to the next step. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here, to be with all of you. My name is Alan Njoroge, and I'm the founder and CEO of Active Healthcare and ShiftNext AI. Active Healthcare is one of the largest employers of healthcare professionals in the United States, and we were one of the fastest growing companies according to Inc. magazine for 4 years in a row. So we've advanced to, thank you. So we recently advanced to developing AI technology. So far we have about 5 patents and almost 85 patents pending in voice AI and event management. Basically we are in, thank you. We work with healthcare organizations across the United States. We provide them with AI that helps manage the workforce and ensure that they get the best patient care outcomes. The AI itself is able to read the patient data, understand what the electronic medical records say, understand the compliance requirements, and make sure that they have the right resources to take care of the patients that they have. And so the AI is autonomous, so we're bringing a level of autonomy to hospitals where they don't need humans to manage schedules. Schedules for hospitals are very complex, because it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation with a lot of changes when it comes to acuity and patient care demands. So it's a very, very complex project, and that's one of the major reasons why the United States has a huge shortage of medical professionals. And so what we did is build an AI, and we also build a community of people around the AI so that the AI can be able to take action and find the right people to be able to do that. And this is very, very advanced technology that we developed. It can make autonomous phone calls on its own. It can anticipate and predict shortcomings. And we were able to build that within a very short time. And the reason I'm saying this is because I want to encourage everybody that is in this room. Today we are living in an era of opportunities. And for the first time in the history of humanity, AI has presented something so significant to all of us, a new opportunity. And I wish and I call upon every single person, young and old, to actually tap into this opportunity. Anybody today, with a computer and access to the internet, you can build a platform, you can start a company, and in less than 7 days, with tools like Replit, Lovable, and among others, develop technology for Africa, for Kenya, and we can solve our own problems, not with tools from other countries, but tools that we've developed for ourselves. We are entering into a new era of opportunity and abundance. And I believe that Africa, we do have a shot. And every single person that is hearing me right now, and if you can hear my voice, and if you can understand what I'm saying, AI is the biggest opportunity for you today. So take advantage of it. And I'm saying this because I've seen the impact that we've been able to do ourselves, and it's a question of speed. Every other day, these AI models are growing better, and this is the worst they will ever be, which means they're only going to get better. And so instead of us waiting, like we've always done as Africans, let's pivot our minds just a little bit and tap into this opportunity and create more economic empowerment for ourselves, because we can. And for the first time, I believe we can do that. So let's take advantage of this thing that is in front of us, and let's push our country forward, our healthcare forward, and create economic empowerment for everybody. We don't have to count on the government. We can count on ourselves. And I believe we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Alan arrived this morning from Seattle, so as you can see, he's still jet-lagged. Talking on AI, you guys know this is the technology of the future. Just yesterday, we had an AI session with Dr. Oluoch, who is bringing AI curriculum into universities and colleges in the US and, of course, globally. So, of course, developers are going to come, people are going to write programs that are going to even help the AI further. So, with that, thank you so much, Alan. So, I just want to take a moment to have our panelists take 5 minutes just to introduce themselves and let us know just a little bit of what their program is all about. I believe I will start from the end. Our brother from Serbia, former Yugoslavia. Karibu.
Asante sana. Asanteni nyote, hapo mbeleni tulijuana. Because of time, I had prepared a comprehensive program, but because of time, I'll just pass through a few things. Our program is called World Unique Peace. I said we are focused on peace because all these things that we are talking about, they are very nice, but without peace, nothing will work. Number one is peace. Then we can do all these things. So our program is called World Unique Peace Forum, and we have programs that will help us to reach our goals, and which I invite you to help us to develop them. I will just name a few. There is a program called Make Peace Now, the World Must Unite. These are TV programs, they are actual programs going to the people and so forth. So Make Peace Now, the World Must Unite. There's a music album and TV program called Make Peace Now, Africa Must Unite. There is something we call scientific democracy management. I can say that what you are doing, you people, this is scientific democracy. You don't know it, but it is scientific democracy, because scientific democracy means that the decision making must be made, the final decision making should be made by people with the knowledge, scientific knowledge, honesty, and experience, not by laymen as it is today. Laymen are making decision of ABCD, which is wrong. There is your mental health with personal culture family development program trust fund, tourism, music and science for peace, environment 3-year system management, and to cap it all, we have entertainment, and we are going to do a very big festival, personal culture peace festival, where we'll be choosing, among other things, Miss and Lady Personal Culture. Personal culture is something that is missing in this world, in Kenya, in Africa, and all over. And that is the mental health that dictates that whatever you do is positive, and we are fighting against social diseases which are ruining our society. Details will be brought to you through time. We have books, TV programs and other things that we are going to present to you. So to make it short, that is part of our program. And now I will give you a song, because I'm a musician, as I said. A song called Make Peace Now, Africa Must Unite, Mr. DJ, the #1 song. Let us sing and dance. Atuski, iko wapi? Go back, tuanze mwanzo. Go back. Everybody sing. Go back. Go back. Inua. Everybody sing. The song. Everybody sing. The song. Everybody sing the song. Weka juu kidogo. Everybody sing the song. Everybody sing. We all love you. Everybody sing. We all for you. Everybody sing the song. Everybody sing the song. Africa, we got to make peace. Hey, Africa, what a jungle. We got to live one. Peace forever. We got to make peace. Hey, Africa, what a jungle. We got to live everybody's wish I'll overcome. Everybody's thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Oh, you forgot your lyrics. Thank you. What a performance. Can you guys give him a round of applause? Can anybody in the audience guess his age?
27.
I'll give one person.
18.
70? 38? 27. Who's closest?
76 going to 77.
Wow. Almost 80. Round of applause. Isn't that amazing? I mean, if a 76-year-old man can make Gen Zs get down, that's like serious. All right, thank you so much. I'll give now the lady at the far end also just to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about her program.
Thank you, Chair. It's going to be very difficult to follow that. I think you'll agree. So all protocols observed. My name is Mukami Njeru. I am here with a couple of hats, but I think the hat that you might know is Cambridge Actuarial and Financial Services, where I'm one of the shareholders. So maybe let me ask a question. Who knows what an actuary is or actuary does? How many? We have a running joke. An actuary. What does an actuary actually do? So I'm Mukami. I'm an actuary by profession, and I'm here representing the actuarial profession, both at Cambridge and in the country, and even in the UK. So I'm a member of the Council for the UK Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, which is the body that accredits fellowship to actuaries, and also a member of the Council of the Actuarial Society of Kenya, which is a sort of a Kenyan society that has all 300 members and now over 100 qualified actuaries. It's just under 30 years old. And I'm also, as I said, part of the team at Cambridge Actuarial and Financial Services as a shareholder. So I was really encouraged by all the comments on AI. And in the actuarial profession, we say that actuaries without AI will be replaced by actuaries with AI. So that's something that we're really trying to be on the forefront of. And yes, what we try to say an actuary does is that it's someone who can tell you the future, predict, who can tell you. Anyway, we mainly use data and statistics to help insurance companies and other people managing risk to be able to manage it better, to predict the future, but with math. So really happy to be back in Kenya after a few years in the diaspora. And this is my first KDA conference. I've lived in a couple of countries. My first diaspora experience was in Australia. That's where I learned my actuarial profession. And then I later went to the UK, did South Africa, had a short stint in Lagos, and then I came back home 1st July. So I'm very happy to be amongst you. So the call to action, or the projects I want to tell you about, are 3. One is something called the Africa Scholarship Fund. So the actual profession, like many STEM professions, is one that doesn't have access to perhaps people of lower income because of the cost of doing the exams and so on and so forth. So a couple of people from the Actuarial Society of Kenya established the Actuarial Academy of East Africa. You can find it online. But in there we have an Africa Scholarship Fund where we try to contribute money to actually support students who can't go to the UK to do the exams, who have to do it locally. And given the number of students we have in Kenya, which now is around 1,000 graduates every year, there's a lot of competition and they won't be able to differentiate themselves without doing actuarial exams, which are actually costly. We pay them in pounds, right, per exam. So that's my first call to action for the diaspora. Second call to action is to encourage you to look again at the Cambridge Diaspora product, especially the one in collaboration with Bupa. I think there was a flyer here yesterday. So that's something that we really encourage you to look for yourselves and for your family. And Cambridge has a couple of subsidiaries, including an investment fund that is coming up with new sort of funds that one of our directors, Mike, looks after. So please continue to think of that as an avenue to invest back home. And then the third call to action is, as I said, we're part of a global actuarial profession. So we're very excited that Kenya we'll be hosting something called the International Congress of Actuaries in a few years' time, in 2029. So it's like the Actuaries World Cup, if I can say it that way. It happens every 3 years. The last one in 2023 was Australia. Next year it's in Japan, and we're really excited that they chose that the next one will be in Kenya. So it's something that we'll be looking to the diaspora to support us, even as you go out there and tell your colleagues and perhaps other people about it, and continue to work with us on this journey. It's really good to see people from the government here as we think about, conference structures that can host 2,000 international delegates. We don't have so many of those in Kenya. So I was hoping one of the ideas that will come up from the panel is such a project. So thank you very much for your time, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actuarial science is a profession that, as you can see, has many tentacles. So thank you so much for explaining that to us. Now, next I'd like to invite Kim Poole to introduce herself, and also maybe let us know a little more about the creative economy, how it's becoming a major driver of trade, not only just in Kenya but globally, and how does art and culture open pathways for economic partnerships. And also don't forget, we have a Twitter handle at KDHC 2025. So Twitter people, please share the handle. Welcome, Kim.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like that river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the skies. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. And I start with music, not because I'm a traditional artist. I start with music because when you say that you are the diaspora, I'm a part of the historic diaspora that lost their language in the commute. I know that my brothers and sisters born in Kenya still have the option of coming back and forth. They can choose to live here from Nandi County or Cleveland, Ohio. I met someone at lunch that lived 42 years in Cleveland, Ohio, but was born here in Kenya. And one thing that he didn't lose in the commute was his language. And so I sing to you because I want you to hear me beyond this English language that I speak. When I tell you that I'm in leadership of the Teaching Artists Institute and I'm forced to speak to you in the colonizer's language. Excuse me, pole sana kidogo. I'm still learning, right? I'm here because this is not only the United Nations year, International Year of Cooperatives, it's also the African Union's year of reparatory justice for those of us here in Africa and in the diaspora. Our organization, we work at the intersection of both. And this was the perfect opportunity to hold up our work. You see, right now in Lomé, Togo, they're holding the 9th Pan-African Congress. The Togolese government is about to be one of those governments, those francophone countries that are going to be overtaken by the disillusioned young people that we haven't figured out how to put to work. Just like they tried in Benin, just like they funded in Cameroon, the Amazonians that the diaspora sends money to in Cameroon to help fund there. continual civil war, just like it even happened in Madagascar. The young people are tired, and we haven't told them how to survive within the capitalistic systems that exploit us. Our organization, the Teaching Artists Institute, we're a worker-owned cultural cooperative, and we understand that the human resource is the greatest resource. I know that the hard way. You see that United States that you're so glad that we come from to bring our resources to invest in the diaspora? My people were the first stock on Wall Street. Any country, any business would survive with 500 years of free labor. But let me tell you something, it doesn't have to be exploitative that way. I learned the hard way. But let me tell you what can be done if we agree that we want to give our labor. If we all come together and decide collectively that time is our greatest value, that sweat equity, that our skill, the sweat of our brow, is the most powerful contribution we can make to any cooperative. Kimite did it. The Kemites in Egypt, in the Bible, they tell us, they were slaves. Those people that Pharaoh took and built those pyramids. Listen, you don't build institutions that stand for millennia, that we can still go see in Giza without architects, without engineers, without stone masons, without chemists. These people were not enslaved. They were a cultural cooperative that decided that they wanted to change their system. We see this same beauty right here in the Teaching Artists Institute. If you're with Ty, I want you to stand up. We weren't able to bring our entire network, but just a few of us. Look at the doctor standing up. That's right. He's volunteering. Y'all saw that, right? He's volunteering. He's going to be a part of us. Maybe you guys will have a talk, an opportunity to speak about some of the work we do, but I want you to see the face behind the people that volunteer their time. They're not paid to be here. They understand the importance of self-discovery, self-development, and they know that this is a space where they can learn and grow. Thank you, family. Please have a seat. So within our Teaching Artists Institute, as we understand the human resource as the greatest resource, we see different examples throughout our history that inform that. I told you about Kemet, but let me tell you about my diaspora experience during COVID-19. All we have to do is stop participating. In the United States, or should I say the divided states, we saw institutions in 2020 shut down one after the other. They stopped working. And do you know why? Because we had a great renegotiation. People said, guess what? I don't care how much you pay me. I will not put my life on the line for this institution. You can't pay me enough to die in this system. They said, stay in the house like your life depends on it. I'm not going. What it did was it gave the people a sense of power, that we decide where we put our time. Time is our greatest resource. As we think about cooperatives, many of us are learning language from European nations that have exploited us for many generations, taken all of our natural resources, told us that we need to focus on the future and trade in our land for digital currencies. They told us to focus on the AI future, and yet they take the coltan from our land in Congo and use it to power their AI cell phones, their Apple devices that they sell us. Who are the young people inside those coal mines? Who are those on the manufacturing line? This is what I want you to consider as you think about what is of value. In the Teaching Artists Institute, we've devised a methodology for devaluing the dollar and increasing the value of our skill sets. We have what we call a skills bank in our worker-led cooperative. What we're doing is saying, how can we now determine that you as a doctor, your skills are not more valuable than you as a farmer? How can we now begin to trade amongst ourselves, the art tribe trade? How can we begin to build global economies where we don't allow these colonial drawn borders to divide our abilities to communicate? How can we use technology to empower that? Ultimately, we're looking to own our own infrastructure. We're a housing cooperative because as artists and creatives, we want to own every facility that we use. We want to own every location where we live. We said as a human being, food is a right. Food sovereignty is not a gift. You need it to sustain yourself. How can we own our own food production as a part of our cultural cooperative? We need energy. It is no longer an option to work without it. How can we own the infrastructure of our own energy sources? This is our purchasing cooperative. Can we pool our resources together and begin to purchase collectively our energy, to begin to own our housing, and begin to grow our own food infrastructure? This is the pillar of what we've done. But most importantly, for the sake of time, we've decided that we're going back to our ancient future. It is essential that we begin to use our own value systems. In this year, this African Union year of reparations and reparatory justice and healing, in the United Nations year, International Year of Cooperatives, it is essential that we decolonize our education around cooperatives and we go back to our ancestors that already knew how to do this work. In Ethiopia, we hold up the Oromo Gada system. People from Ethiopia say it didn't work, that those people are in conflict even today. But us in the diaspora, we see the Gada as an alternative to the systems that were given to us of oppression. We hold up the value system of the Gada. We hold up Ubuntu economics. When we look at South Africa today, the Zulu, they will say, Ubuntu, where can you show me Ubuntu in South Africa? Ha, show me. These people with xenophobia that are kicking out the Nigerians, that are fighting each other. But in the diaspora, we see Ubuntu as a sign of hope. I am because we are in our economics, not this exploitative system that is only interested in cooperating so that we can get capital. How do we devalue their currencies and begin to value each other, that human resource? What is our real goal for cooperating? Is it not to build the family unit as the strongest base of our communities? Is it not to build healthy relationships? What is the value of trust? What is the value of connection? This is what our ancestors knew well that we have forgotten. And now that we use European models for cooperative development, only for the sake of building capital, only for the sake of advancement, we have forgotten balance. Our organization's motto and guiding philosophy is that culture is the new currency. And the reason that I didn't go to Lome, Togo, to go and give my fancy speeches and have the government fly me in and to my nice hotel is because I didn't have time to go and talk about the work. I had to come here when Dr. Shem said that we're here working on the work. We're building the network of people that already understand that cooperatives are foundational. If we get our reparations, and let's be clear, I'm not just talking about the value system that we owe ourselves. I'm also talking about money from institutions that have exploited us. If we get our money, if they give us back our land, if we don't learn to work cooperatively, the old-fashioned way, from our ancestors, if we don't learn to trust each other, we will give them back the money. We will give them back the land in one generation. This cooperative conference is not just the beginning. It's not just because the United Nations decided we would talk about it for this year. This is our way of survival and sustainability for our ancient future. I'm here in this room looking for partners. I'm looking for a call to action for those that want to consider how intergenerational dialogue matters, how our young people need to be in leadership now, how we need to work with them as equal partners today, how they're going to be the ones to take over these systems, how our elders, we don't put them in nursing homes like they do in the diaspora where I'm from. We still need their guidance. We have the energy to run the race, but the elders know the way. These are the wisdoms and value systems that need to guide our cooperative development. For the sake of time, I'm going to end there, but I want to... Thank you, Dr. Shem. He like, listen, we've written this thing by the hour. We paid for this room. I don't know what currency you're talking about, but we paid to be in this room. I hear you, Dr. Shem. But I would appreciate, before I go, if when our comrade and senior comrade professor speaks, you allow our young people to come to the room. They've come far on buses. Yes. They've come far on buses and from trains. I flew for 2 days with a long layover in Amsterdam that you saw so that I can be here in this room with you. And it wouldn't have made sense, none of it, if the young people weren't here with me. So thank you again.
Whoa. Round of applause one more time. Maybe you can show how makofi ya kilo. There. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Oga Emeka, I feel bad for you. How are you going to follow that one? But before you come, I just like, so that the world does not miss such another powerful speech, I'd just like to ask the panelists to take 1 minute to take selfies and then post onto their handles. And not only the panelists, all of you guys. Just take a selfie, post it on your handle, and we're just going to take a minute while I let Oga Emeka prepare to follow such a powerful redemption. You know, for a moment I thought I was listening to Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael. You know, he said the secret of life is to have no fear. And it's only the way to function without fear. So what she talked about, Kim, is just basically that. Okay, now, Oga Emeka, I know it's a tough follow-up. Please post up. Now, Oga Emeka, as you come in, please introduce yourself and address, you know, this issue. Africa has the capacity to feed itself, and of course the entire world. What is stopping African grown products from dominating our markets? Also, you know, we talked about food scarcity earlier on. Maybe you can also address a little bit of that. Oga Emeka, you're welcome. The hashtag for the selfie is at KDHC 2025. KDHC 2025. Everybody. Thanks. Oga Emeka.
Thank you. Can I beat that? You'll be surprised. You will be surprised. Me? All right. So let me first say, my name is Emeka Iluka. I am the president of the African Expats, and our job is to promote Africans worldwide in whatever they're trying to do. If they have questions, if they need confidence, they should come to us. I don't have too much time, so I won't dive into that. But why are we here? The first thing I'll say is, everything I'm going to say, nothing here was done by ChatGTP. Okay, this is all natural, all me, okay? Just clarification, okay? So we're here to grow, seek solutions, and educate ourselves about the desire to live better. That's why we're here. I wrote all this morning, so just in case. All right, so the job of the West, the westernized nations, right, is to take advantage of everything that they ever come across. But it's your job to educate yourself and make sure you make all the ideas and bring yourself together for the greater goal. All right, so this is why we're here. So I must say this. So my biggest fear tonight is that whatever I say, you might forget it before you leave. And I don't want you to forget it, because I have flown so far away to come to talk to you guys. Okay, I have to do things. I have to do things on Saturday with the Democratic Party in the US, because I'm running for an office. So I came all the way over here because I wanted to prove a point, and that's what we're going to do. So let's start with branding. Okay. So everybody here, if you know what this is obviously an avocado. I bought this avocado for $1 plus. So that's 130 Kenyan shillings for this avocado. Okay, the farmer who has this avocado is in Mexico. America doesn't produce avocado. It's from Mexico. We buy it for $1 plus, sometimes $1.50. Have you guys ever seen Kenyan avocado? Do you see how big that avocado is? Okay. So you can imagine the quality, quantity. But the whole thing is, the farmer who made that avocado, or who produced that avocado in Kenya, would never be given a chance to see real money. Because whoever is the client pays them based on they're doing them a favor. Okay? And what I want us to do is start thinking of getting away from the ancestral, what our ancestors, how do you say it? Ancestors used to do. Yeah, okay? Believing just being a farmer is enough. You have to incorporate that with business, right? So we want to start doing business. So what is going to happen is from now on, if we're given a chance, Dr. Shem, talk to everybody you know, let us come in and help. We are coming to help. We want to show the farmers real-time data of what the world market is paying for every item. And I'm using avocado as an example. We have other examples. Let me show you another crazy example. You see, this is, how many, matter of fact, how many people drink coffee and how many people drink tea? Can you raise your hands up? Pretty much everybody, yes? Okay. If the price of gasoline goes to 500 Kenyan shillings per liter, are you still going to drink your coffee and tea? No. Why not? No, it has nothing to do with it. You're still going to drink your coffee and tea. Okay, so this coffee right here, if I were to buy it in a store, it's going to cost me, so what I buy it in the US, in Texas, is about $2.87. This, okay? This is a gallon. A gallon, and if you put fuel, petrol in here, guess how much it will be? Less than a cup of coffee. So, what I'm trying to say is, the farmers, this coffee comes from here. And the farmers never get to enjoy the second most requested liquid on earth. The only reason why they're not getting that money, and other companies around the world, and matter of fact, I don't know if you guys know any company in Kenya or in Africa that has made billions of dollars in profit, not anything else but profit, every year consistently on a product they don't own, right? The coffee comes from Kenya, Uganda, different places in East Africa, but those farmers are never going to be billionaires, not even millionaires, because of the branding. We have to do a better job in branding. So I'll tell you what we're trying to do and what we're already doing, because when I speak, I also want us to have solutions. What are we doing? We're using AI to gather data. So when we have the data of all the farmers around, we know what we are dealing with. How do we bring them together to say, hey, look, and again, let me say this, it's not just avocado, it's not just coffee. There's basil leaf, thyme, oregano, different things. They're all grown here. So what we're going to do is get a database, because I think Kenya, most African countries don't have data. Every other country comes here, has the data, and they use it to their advantage. So we want to use the same style to create our own. So we want to be the farmer and we want to be the businessman. Then we could decide on which countries we want to do business with, because they've been acting like they're doing us a favor, right? No. And you see how we've been disrespected worldwide, you know, so that, you know, you've seen what is happening to people from Somalia, right, and other countries. So we need to start creating our own path by using data to make sure we have the accurate price points. So our farmers are going to be millionaires, or at least close to it. So we are doing Africa, feeding Africans by Africans, meaning not just food, but feeding your way of life so that you are good enough to feel rich and respected. We have to do this, because if we don't do it, guess what? The West will never teach you how to do it. It's not that job. That job is to take advantage of every single place they go that they have minerals or any kind of resource that will be to their benefit. And you guys know I'm not lying. This is what they've been doing. So it's your turn. If you have the best avocado, everybody here who has land, you should start planting stuff like this. How does it get to the US? As soon as the avocados are ripe, all you have to do is make an order. If we have the data, make an order. Hey, this needs to get into the plane. So the planes, like you guys know KQ, it goes from here straight to New York. So you put it inside the plane and move the same day, and it gets there within 24 hours. The avocado is good for a lifespan of maybe 6 days or more. Once it gets to New York, it gets to other locations, right? We can do these things. I promise you. It's just you have to believe in yourself. You are not a farmer anymore. You are also a business person. All right? So give us a chance. If you need to ask us questions, I'm here. Alan Njoroge is here. We have a farmer here who's doing it. So any questions you guys have, let me know. We're ready to go. Okay? Thank you so much. And if you have questions, thank you, guys. How was that? All right.
Farmer should have stood up and recognized it.
Yes, Mike.
Mike.
Can you come here real quick? Yeah. Mike is a farmer.
A farmer.
A real, look, degree farmer. Okay. All right.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah,
Hey.
hi, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Emeka. You're actually up to the challenge. I thought you're not going to make it, but you did. Thank you very much. Okay. As you can see, we can feed ourselves, we can feed the world, we can actually make our own food and end all this food scarcity or food deficiency within our society. Next on the podium, I'd like to invite Kia Wakesho, and as you can, please address to us how do cultural values influence trust building, like from the US to Kenya. But just come up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have something written, a little off topic, but I guess on topic as well. So let me just start by introducing myself. So good afternoon to everyone here that joined us today for the KDC. My name is Kia Wakesho Simmons. I'm the CEO and founder of Traverse Culture. We are a travel concierge company that specializes in humanitarian work, relocation assistance, business development, and now medical tourism inbound to Kenya from the West. But before I get into all of that, I stand here before you as not only a business leader, but as a daughter of the African diaspora. I am an African American woman, a proud Gullah Geechee descendant from Charleston, South Carolina. That is my roots. And I always joke around. People always ask me, where did I get the name Wakesho from? Because I'm not Kenyan. I am at least 15 generations African American. But my adopted family, my Taita family, gave me Wakesho. But then after about 9 years coming to this country, I've been coming here for 14 years and I live here permanently now. We found out that we was 27.7% Lua. Yeah, so my name is Wakesho Akini. Yes. So I wanted to touch on reparations actually a bit, and restoration, not as compensation. Reparations must restore more than finances, and our sister said it, beautifully. This must restore identity, access, pathway back to the continent, and systems that support responsible reconnection. right? Reparations must rebuild what displacement fractured, and what rebuilding begins with truth, structure, and accountability. Now, I don't advocate for repatriation, not specifically for African Americans, and I'm going to tell you why. For African Americans and many across the diaspora returning to Africa after, I say, at least 700 years of separation is a profound, but it is not a return as natives. We arrive as foreign nationals, to be quite honest, carrying different cultures, expectations, and historical wounds. Ancestry alone does not equal to automatic belonging. True connection demands humility, legality, structure, and cultural understanding first. You must integrate first. Integration honors Kenya's sovereignty. It positions us to not be entitled, but as partners ready to contribute responsibly and sustainably. So with all that being said, what am I doing to participate in that, right? This year, we had the great opportunity to relaunch the Journey Back to Eden. Through Traverse Culture, we created the Journey Back to Eden initiative, a structured, ethical pathway for diaspora engagement, travel, investment, and long-term integration. Let me just give you a little data on what Traverse Culture has done just this year. Just this year alone, we have relocated over 20 African American families here to Kenya, including 4 families we relocated just last week who arrived from the U.S. Yes, thank you. Who arrived from the U.S. bringing new business ideas, professional skills, and experience into Kenya. Over the last 7.5 years, as I've been doing this work here in Kenya, we've brought over 400 African American diasporas who have traveled through our curated cultural and investment experiences. And just this year, we brought over 20 people here to use the Kenyan medical system. Never been done here historically. We actually signed a few historical agreements with the Nairobi Hospital. We're going into partnership with Aga Khan, and we're in partnership with AAR Hospital and Halcyon. So we feel like bringing in the diaspora here is not just to have it to be a symbolic movement, but it must be curated in a way where it's beneficial for Kenya first. I wanted to go into some of the reasons why I feel like Kenya will benefit from this transfer of wealth from the diaspora and from our cultural and merger exchange and all of the things that make this great. The first thing would be the economical impact, New families renting or purchasing homes stimulate the real estate market, supporting developers, landlords, and construction workers. Diaspora entrepreneurs launch SMEs, hire local talent, innovative within the Kenyan service and tech sectors. And then your medical tourism. It injects foreign currency into hospitals, specialists, laboratories, pharmacies, and transport providers. What does that do overall? This creates new infrastructure, new investments, and new development projects across Kenya. So it is not just us taken away, but adding value while we're immersing culturally and integrating. This year, as I said before, we did initiate the Journey Back to Eden with the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We did get endorsed by them this last December the 1st, which was a historical movement and a landmark. And now we're taking the vision on the road to the United States to do a Journey Back to Eden pop-up conference tour to prepare and educate the diaspora responsibly. We are launching the JBE conference in Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C., and Houston, Texas this February for Black History Month. In closing, reparations are not merely about healing the past. They're about building modern systems that protect Africa, uplift its people, and empower empower the diaspora with dignity and responsibility. Through Traverse Culture and the Journey Back to Eden and the Government of Kenya endorsement, we are building a bridge rooted in structure, a bridge grounded in humility and respect, a bridge where Kenya benefits and the diaspora benefits, and together we create a future worthy of our ancestors and worthy of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Round of applause. I suggest you also give a makofi ya kilo. Yeah. Thank you. Wakisho is a prime example of what Malcolm X used to say. Just because a chicken is born in an oven, it does not make it biscuits. So welcome back. Karibu sana. Okay, so as we move forward, I will ask the professor to also come and introduce himself and give us a 5-minute credential.
Thank you. As Comrade Kim had said, please we request that our comrades seated come and just have a minute each, quickly. Say who you are, why you are here, very, very briefly, and then I give my presentation on reparation, especially focusing on the question of land.
Reparations without Africa, it's just noise. And noise, Africa without reparations, it's just amnesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Senga Stephen. I'm a peace and security negotiator associated with the Teaching Artists Institute. In the Teaching Artists Institute, we do advocate for Pan-Africanism. We do advocate for a number of things, particularly done by the youth on the continent. It's quite unfortunate that reparations, the diaspora shouting about reparations, and yet people on the continent are whispering about reparations. And yet, it is a subject that should be of us on the continent. If it is a change that is not rooted from home, then it is not for home. And so, as Teaching Artists Institute, we gather different artistry, we gather different talents, and we gather different people of different talent to say that we join our voices to say that we not only talk about the Africa we want, but work toward achieving the Africa we want. And so we have also realized that we cannot achieve this unless we engage different stakeholders, such as the church. Believe it or not, if there is any entity that owns the biggest chunks of land, the church is inclusive. And so we need to bring them to the round table. We discuss the bitter truth with them to see that we can cooperate together and benefit from this. Thank you so much.
Habari zenu. God is good all the time. Majina yangu ni Christine Atieno, lao ukiniita cha usiku pia nitakubali. Wenzangu nimetoka Malindi, kaunti ya Kilifi. Kuna wenzangu naona hapa ni Waislamu, nilikuwa Muislamu nikaritadi. Assalamu alaikum. Nashukuru. Mimi nashukuru nikisema mgeni njoo, mwenyeji apone. Namshukuru dadangu Kim kwa kuja Malindi. Nimeanza reparation this year mwezi wa 8. Niliambiwa mkaribishe mgeni. Sikujua mgeni anakuja na mazuri. Na mazuri hayo yanatusaidia sisi watu wa Malindi. Mkikumbuka kanisa la kwanza katika Afrika Mashariki na Kaskazini iko Malindi. Na tukijua wakati huo wa mwaka 1502 ambao wakati Mreno alikuja pale, Vasco da Gama, St. Francis Xavier, ambao ndio alikuja kutafuta mahali pa kuweka dini. Alivopata pale akampata mtu aliyompatia pahali ambao alikuwa ni sultan wakati huo, ambao alikuwa ameingia mji wa Malindi, akampa pahali pa kujenga. Pahali pale ipo kwa sipake. ilikuwa ni wapalipa wananchi wa Malindi, wakazi wa Malindi. Tusipojua, ukizojua Swahili wanasema ni kama usiku wa manane. Mwenyeji wetu, rafiki yetu, ama ambaye tu uraibuni, Kimpoli, ambao ni mwenzetu hapa, ndio amekuja kutufunua mashikio yetu. Mnajua ni mji wenu ulikuja ukauziwa watu, ukapatiwa watu bure bila nyinyi kujua, na tutafanya nini? Nikamwambia dadangu, mimi ni mwanaharakati, mtetea haki za binadamu. Sitaona jambo kama hili linatendeka kama hapa na mimi niache. Nilishika mkono na toka siku hiyo tumetembea pamoja. Mwezi wa 8 ilikuwa huko, mwezi wa 10 tumeenda Nandi. Wenzetu pia wana mashaka. Mmesikia daktari akizungumza asubuhi kwamba hata kuna kichwa cha mkubwa wao kilienda huko king wao. Paka saizi hakijapatikana. Tukasema wewe kwa lako na mwenzako ana kubwa kushinda. Kwa hiyo tunashikana mkono pamoja. Mimi katika mji wa Malindi na kuwa nafanya advocacy sasa, kuwajulisha wenzangu, maana katika mji ule tuko wengi lakini wengi walikuwa hatujui kama tumepoteza mji. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa pamoja katika hii safari. Asanteni.
Greetings everybody. My name's Mogisha Ali Allen. I am a trauma-informed Pan-African wellness activist, and I am a leading curator for the Thai Tours and the Teaching Artists Institute, and we operate in 8 countries, so in 9 countries around the world: Ghana, Gambia, Liberia on the west coast, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda on the east coast, South Africa, and Zimbabwe in the south, and Baltimore, Maryland in the US. So I'm here because you do not talk about reparations without restorative justice. And this feels different when it comes to the body. If you've lived long enough in your lifetime, you know the body keeps the score. Trauma is held into the body. When we talk about healing, it is deep. Who had the time to move the body today, to work out? Who has time to feel how it is to breathe? You've seen people who have struggled for their life, maybe through a heart attack or something, or any other underlying conditions. So how does it feel when we're going to cry or ask for reparations when the people who would have been in this space are getting or dying because of these underlying conditions? So when we talk about reparations, as a healing artist, I come through to bring and deliver wellness education within the journey, and this is the healing that we need, because when we repair, we need not to repair and bring justice to the people through the tangible things and the things that have been taken, but also to bring and secure our health for ourselves and make sure that the future is withheld or assured. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrades. So because of time, I'm going to quickly go to what we are going to do, or we have actually started doing. For those who don't know, and you have heard, the church is the biggest grabber of land. I am a Catholic practicing today. I'm responsible for youth in my parish in Katani. So I'm not talking as someone who is outside the church. I've been the advisor of the Catholic Justice and Peace Commission for more than 30 years at Waumini House, and with very many friends who are bishops, nuns, and priests. So I'm an insider, going to challenge my church on what it should do on reparation time, and we call it reconciliation. For reconciliation to be a reality, the church must be able to do mediation with the communities it had oppressed. Case number 1 is in Nyeri, Maderi. For those who know, Nyeri, the Consolata Church took that land, and that land, with the support of colonialists, the people are displaced. They have Lawyer Wanyiri Kihoro. For those who know, Comrade Senior Counsel Wanyiri Kihoro, who is an advocate, is supporting that case. We are going with Kim and this delegation to Nyeri, not only in solidarity with the community directly, but with dialogue with the church, so that they can remove that matter from court and settle it through mediation, because the church also believes in mediation and dialogue. Another case is in the Diocese of Mombasa Diocese, the Taita. I called my schoolmate, who is the sister who is responsible for all the nuns in Africa, and she was shocked to hear that the church is a grabber, she's a nun, and she actually said, by the way, we have people in my community in Taita Taveta who are complaining about the church grabbing their land. So she's interested. We are going to meet Sister Brigitte Samba tomorrow. Same tomorrow, we are going to meet Professor Lando, who is at the Daystar on the same matter, and Bishop Obala on Sunday. Why? The bishop at that level need to come up with a policy on reparation for local community reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The panelists, please go over there and take a picture as I give the microphone back to Chairman Ochodo.
A round of applause for the panelists. Isn't that powerful? Is it powerful? Yes. Hello? Isn't that powerful? Yes. Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you, thank you. We want to take another set of photos. Yes, all those who are... Ken Bright was there. Oh, he's there as well. Okay. MC, why don't you also join for the photo? Please, please, please. You know, from the Caribbean, because talk of historical diaspora, or what some of, there's the contemporary, there's the historical, the legacy diasporas, yes. Thank you. And I wanted also our sign language interpreters. A round of applause to join them for the final photo. Yes, the sign language, the interpreters. And before they leave, I want also to invite all the diaspora leaders in the house. Please come over quickly. Dottie, if you don't mind, want to take a quick group photo here. Jackie, I know she's busy outside. Please come over. Ruth, the diaspora leaders in the house, please come over quickly. Caro, come over. We take the photo here quickly. President, please come over. Quickly. Yes, who is Ambassador Beja? You know you are, yes, Captain, please, Karibu. Ambassador, you know you the government leg for diasporas. Please, come over, we take a quick group photo. Yes. Thank you very much. And I sometimes say, what about Sudan? I can stand in, of course, for Sudan, South Sudan, and Rwanda as well. Cesarina, please come over as we take this photo. Okay. Yeah, some people can sit down here. Okay. And then, of course, the committee, yes. Okay, thank you. I also want the committee members to come nearby. And then, you know, we're going to be here, everyone. Our partners, our exhibitors and partners and supporters, please come over and join us. I hope the cameramen and women are fast enough. Thank you. Our governance advisor, you are meant to be here as well. Please. And then, quickly, the committee members. Menelik, you are also legacy diaspora. Please, come over. And then, yes, come over. I want everyone, particularly the youths, come over, and everyone, come over, all the participants, as we take this photo together.
You are not an elder. Young people need to stand up.
Okay.
No, this elder will say, you,
okay.
You're too young.
Come. You know the Gen Zs now are the ones in charge, eh?
Okay.
Okay. Any elders who should sit here?
Yes.
You know, one thing I learned from my former okay. Kwa kesho is okay. Wakesho, please come and sit over here. And Mwalimu Wanda, are the resolutions ready? Is it one page? Eh? Okay. Are you able to read now? Because we are concluding. Okay. No, me, I can stand.
Oh, the queen is here.
Okay, so I sit. No? Okay. As we do that, 5 minutes for the resolutions being read. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready, Mwalimu Wanda? Okay. As you do that, Ismail, just 2 minutes to invite us to Somaliland. Hargeisa is one of the prettiest cities. Come.
Okay.
How can we do this?
Where do you want me to stand? I can stand here.
Tell us about what's happening in Hargeisa.
Well, it's a land of opportunity. It's been called. What do I do? This way? Okay. Yeah, just 2 minutes. I've just been given 2 minutes. I've not been told to be short. So the 2 minutes in Africa is 20 minutes. But anyways, Somaliland is a beautiful country. It's a very democratic. It has good democratic traditions. Very peaceful. I have been personally myself, and this is not speaking about myself, nearly half the countries around the world, and I have never seen a place that is peaceful. If I took all of you there and I didn't see you for 24 hours, I wouldn't worry about your safety, maybe your health. So on 15th and 16th, there's going to be an expo. It may be a short time now, short notice. Those who can make, there are people who are readily agile and who can make, it's a major event. The president will be there, the entire government, investors from in the country and abroad. And the beauty with that country is that they don't only tell you to put in your money. The locals are very enterprising, and so they are open to partnerships. So it is 15th and 16th. I'm in the room, by the way, until later. I'll be with Shem. Shem will be traveling with me. We travel on Saturday, but you can travel on Sunday or Monday. I'm here to provide more details. All you need to do is purchase your ticket. The rest of the logistics, Somaliland will facilitate.
A round of applause. Yes. I can confirm. Sorry? Yeah.
Can we just record us saying reparations now?
Yes, we will. Because I want the resolutions read. I want to confirm that Hargeisa, when I was there, I think in 2008, that's the place you find stashes of notes, money, parked on the streets. People go to the mosque, money is left there, nobody touches. It's that peaceful. A round of applause to Somaliland. Wanda, come over. Please, quickly, just want to give you 3 minutes, then we sing reparations. And then we pray. Yes. 5 minutes. Please bear. We will. Please, just read quickly 5 minutes.
I'll read through quickly the key action points based on the 3 days discussions. Number 1, that is on policy and governance. There is need to establish a diaspora cooperative framework to guide the investment, regulation, and the accountability.
Come. Actually, just a few of them, not all of them. Read as you stand here. So that, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That is on policy and governance. Number 1, there is need to establish a diaspora cooperative framework to guide the investment, regulation, and the accountability. The second bit of it, they integrate diaspora cooperative to prioritize, that is, integrate diaspora cooperative priorities into the Kenya National's agenda in regards to the existing national policies and agendas. 3, strengthen collaboration between government, diaspora organization or persons, and cooperative unions. Diasporas, that is Kenya's diaspora, need to vote, and they are seriously asking that they be given chance to vote.
Two final ones.
Investment and finance.
mobilize diaspora capital into cooperatives-driven sectors with the key areas agribusiness, housing, education, healthcare, digital innovation, and creative industry. Create diaspora cooperative funds to pool resources for transformative projects. Promote affordable financing models through diaspora local circle partnership. Number 3, capacity building and knowledge transfer. Launch training programs for cooperative leadership and governance.
Okay, we'll stop there. Round of applause to him. I want us to give compliments, vote of thanks to our partners as we wind up. So, Jackie, do you want to do it? I can see I see a lion. Give them a round of applause. But come on, vote of thanks, then we pray.
I just want to say thank you very much. Bless you. Without our partners, this could not have been able to be here today. And especially also those who took time to come and be with us, the people behind the technicality matters. I just want to say thank you very much. Thanks also to all our dignitaries who managed to come over, flying in from different countries just to be with us on this day. Thank you to the committee that was behind the preparation. Caesarina, I really don't know what we could have done. She has spent 3 sleepless nights. Sir Errol and the rest. The chairman for bringing this up. I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and God bless you. Hope to see you again next year. And
round of applause. I hope we enumerated all the partners.
yes, all partners.
Excellent. By name? Oh, I can remember a few. Jubilee Insurance, a round of applause. Datani, a round of applause. Kimisitu, a round of applause. Kona, a round of applause. Bupa, a round of applause. Unitas, a round of applause. Please remind me. What? Mizisi, a round of applause. Flying Doctors, a round of applause. Nachu, a round of applause. Ken Bright, a round of applause. CMA, a round of applause. And then the CS, our chief guest minister for cooperatives and MSMEs. A round of applause. PS of Labor and Skills, a round of applause. Presidential advisor on cooperatives, a round of applause. And all our partners who traveled far and wide, a round of applause. Our Ethiopian and Ugandan brethren and Somaliland, a round of applause. And all of you, and this special lady, Jackie here, come. You know, she became, you know, as chair of Kenya Women in Germany. She should have been sitting being served. A round of applause for her. And our MC, over there. So now that we have Sheikh in the house, I want him to pray for us as we close. Yes, Afrinet, a round of applause. I think that's also Mzizi. Eh? Thank you very much. And yes? Kona, yes. I think we already counted. But also Jacaranda Hotel. Hey, the food was fantastic. And of course, the leaders, Bob Nyangweso, moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can't thank everybody, but it's not ending because within a week, the team that was here, the committee, those who are available, we're going to meet. And every first Wednesday of the year, we have a diaspora business and social networking session. Will be communicated. This stuff is going to be, the minutes and all the resolutions will be shared. One major one I can't forget to mention, we requested government to provide 1,000 citizenships for historical Africans who may want to come back home. Okay? So that's a request we are going to push through as part of the Kurudi Kurudi is part of the family. The returning, Kurudi is returning in Swahili. So as he prays for us, again, next year the dates are already fixed for the 13th homecoming. Livia knowing it's 9th to 11th, diarise. Okay? So please don't wait, and hopefully this year we do better. And we are being invited to Ethiopia. You know, that's the Africa capital. So is it in February? Yes? And a round of applause to GIZ and We Do. Yes. Please. Oh yes, Simon. A round of applause. Kepik. Thank you. Please come and pray for us. Yes, Heinrich Ball Foundation. How can we forget? Yes, that was the labor mobility. Let me admit that when we were thinking, do we postpone to next year? Heinrich Ball said, what? You guys go ahead. Another round of applause for them. Thank you. Heinrich Ball Stiftung. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Shem, for giving me the honor of doing a prayer. Let's pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. In the name of Allah, the most merciful and most compassionate, after praising you, Lord, for the many bounties, mercies, and favors that you have continued to bestow upon each one of us, especially for the days that this August Assembly has congregated here. You've made it possible for us to interact peacefully, brought everybody from wherever they have come here for this important event in peace and in good health. Lord, we pray that you return them to their respective homes, wherever that may be, in good health and in peace and tranquility. May the angels of mercy be with them throughout their journey. May we have this Diaspora Alliance to become the thing that will transform Africa, this continent, and build bridges between Africa and not just the Africans of African heritage around the globe, but also with the rest of the people around the world. Bless our gathering, bless our resolutions. For anything that we may have done that does not please you, Lord, you are most forgiving. Forgive us for any of our transgressions, however small, and bless us most abundantly. Amen.
Amen. A round of applause to ourselves. And of course, we forgot we leave best for last. Our flying travel partner, Kenya Airways, gave special discounts. A round of applause to them. And Nairobi County government, the governor's office, that waived for us fees. When you go through Sarit's Center, you will see digital billboards there about this event. A round of applause to Governor Nairobi County and the Honorable CCM in charge of the hustler economy, Dr. Nyalita. Yes? Who did we? Yes, now we want to sing reparation song. Yes?
We just need you to say reparations now all on one accord.
Right.
So you count us down, Stephen?
You can guide us?
Oh, okay. But there's no guidance because he's going to record it.
Right.
So
he's
going to count you down and then we just all say reparations now.
Okay, please.
Into the campaign for this year. So you tell us when, Stephen. Okay?
Okay. And where are the short ones? Yes, guide us.
All right. Okay.
So I count from 3 to 0, and then you shout or you sing reparations now.
Okay.
3, 2, 0.
Reparations now.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. As we break for a cup of tea, please still network. Janimas is back home. Thank you. Don't forget your phones, your properties. Yes. Jambo, remind me. Yes, as I get my phone.
That's why I was here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.